Thank you. So this is our first technical working group meeting for the Safety Culture OIR R.21-10-001, and my name is Emma, and I'm from the Safety Policy Division of the CPUC. We're going to start off just with some quick ground rules for the meeting and just an overview of what we're going to talk about today, and then I'll pass it off to the Commissioner for opening comments. So as most of you may know, we started this proceeding in October of 2021, and our most recent public workshop was a workshop in March 2022. The goal of this proceeding is to develop and adopt a safety culture assessment framework and process for regulated investor-owned electric and natural gas utilities. And in order to do that, we're hosting a series of technical working group meetings this summer, this being the first one. As you can see, we have another one next Friday. And the objective of this particular meeting is to help us establish a shared understanding of what the utilities are currently doing related to safety culture assessment, talk about some best practices for safety culture assessment frameworks, and then also talk about the anticipated value of safety culture assessments. Here's an overview of what our agenda will look like for today. I'll just pause so you all can look at it for a second. You can note that we have a couple of breaks, and then we have obviously a lunch break scheduled. So 9 to 3, but we'll have some time for stretch breaks, and we'll hopefully be able to add additional ones if we have time. Diane, did you have a question?
No, so.
Okay, sorry, I saw a hand raise pop up.
Sorry about that.
No, it's good. It leads me into my next slide, which is virtual housekeeping. So that was a great demonstration of how, if you have a question, you can use the raise hand button to put yourself in the queue for answering questions. And we'll try to just answer questions as we get them. Since this is a technical working group meeting and not a formal workshop, we want people to be able to ask questions as they come up. And if we can't get to them, then we'll get to them at the end of each specific session. As I noted earlier, this meeting's being recorded, but we'll send the recording and the slides to the service list after the meeting, and we'll also post them to the Safety Policy Division website in case you have to step out at any point. And then we're going to try to stick to at least the starting times of the agenda unless we end any section early. And then lastly, our IT support is Jorge, and you'll be able to see his name in the chat if you have any IT questions. And then just a quick note for, since not everyone uses WebEx in their workplace, you can see that there's this button where you can raise and lower your hand in the middle bottom of your screen. And then also that you can either ask questions just using the regular chat button, or if you press those 3 dots, you can get to like a Q&A function. And then we can assign questions to a specific person. So either way, we're flexible on our end on however you want to ask your questions, but those are just your various options. And maybe I'll hold off on this and then just pass it to Commissioner Haupt for any opening comments.
Thank you, Emma. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the first technical workshop in this rulemaking 21-10-001 to develop safety culture assessments for electric and natural gas utilities. I really appreciate everyone's participation, and I'm looking forward to hearing your viewpoints and furthering the important conversation that we're going to have in this proceeding. I want to also thank Judge Rizzo for all of his work, Ben Turner, Saeed Baghari, and Emma Johnson of the Safety Policy Division for putting these workshops together and all of the amazing work they've been doing on the proceeding. I'd also like to thank the utility representatives and Dr. Fleming for participating in today's meeting, and Ken Koss for his work as well. The purpose of this rulemaking, as you know, is to develop a safety culture assessment framework and processes that are going to improve the organization-wide safety culture of the electric and gas investor-owned utilities regulated by the Public Utilities Commission. With this proceeding, we're intending to provide guidance on the form and content of investor-owned utility safety culture assessments, a venue for review of organizational safety culture, and a process for ongoing review of safety culture assessments in future years. Today's presentations and discussions are the first in a series of working groups that will start the dialogue for the work ahead of us on these important issues. Specifically, today's workshop sets a baseline in the proceeding by helping us come to a common understanding of the basic definitions related to safety culture assessment and best practices. Additionally, the presentations from the utilities will help us understand where each utility stands in terms of their experience and lessons learned from assessing their own safety culture. Hearing about what each utility has accomplished thus far will help us gain a greater understanding of what assessments and mechanisms provide the best foundation for improving and maintaining positive IOU safety cultures. We had an opening workshop for this proceeding where we heard from a number of experts, particularly looking at how the nuclear industry is regulated and the airline industry. There was a number of discussions about looking at collaborative regulations. I'm interested as we go through these workshops in seeing what mechanisms or lessons can be carried over into how we address safety culture here that can ensure that we're getting all the information we need and we're working together collaboratively where we can to ensure that safety is the priority on all fronts while still maintaining appropriate incentives and accountability for the utilities. And I think we've got a real opportunity in this proceeding to explore what we need to do going into the 21st century that we're already 2 decades into on how to have a safety culture that's going to meet the needs that we're dealing with in regards to climate change and the energy needs of the people of California. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing from everyone and exploring how we can use the principles presented today and throughout the next 3 workshops to improve safety outcomes for our electric and natural gas regulated utilities. And I also look forward to continuing to participate and hear from everyone throughout the series of workshops that we have planned for June and July. And so with that, I will turn the workshop back over to Emma.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner House, for those opening comments. You summarized where we're at so well, and also really teed up our first conversation. So before we get started with that, I just wanted to pause and make sure that people didn't have any questions, either process of what we're doing today or technical questions. So I'll just pause. And if you have questions, you can raise your hand or you can use the chat. And then I put this in the chat already, but it would be really, so it would be really helpful if you would, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen really quickly because it looks like I have a weird message, but it would be really helpful if you could share your name as well as your organization in the chat, just so that we have an understanding of who's at the meeting today and what parties are present, since there's not really another way to check who is here other than that. Thank you. Putting that in. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the first presentations on our agenda. So the first presentations on our agenda are presentations from each of the large natural gas and electric utilities on what safety culture assessment efforts are underway. as Commissioner House mentioned, this is just for us to have a baseline understanding of what is happening at all of the utilities so that we can form our efforts to the extent possible around the work that's already been done. And each presentation will be about 10 minutes, and I will defer to the people who are presenting to let you know if they want to take questions as they're received or if they want to hold until the end of their presentation. But the first presenter is going to be Diane Thurman from PG&E. And Diane, if you have slides to share, I can stop sharing my screen and I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have some slides to share. I'm going to start my video as well. Is that working? Okay. Emma, can you confirm, can you see my screen?
I cannot see your screen in your video. It looks like there might be something covering your camera.
No.
Oops.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so, but can you see my screen?
Oh, now we can see your screen.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with the video, but I won't, I'll try to work on that after so I don't take up the time today to do that.
No, that's good. I want to go.
Okay. So PG&E Safety Culture Assessment. I can take questions as we move through the presentation. I'm fine with that. So first, kind of what have we done? What are our past and current actions to monitor or assess our safety culture? So we have four main areas. So in 2015.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you could, if you could click like the presentation mode, and then I think we'll be able to see your slides a little bit bigger. They're just a little small right now.
Okay.
So there's a button in the bottom right, or you can click view.
Did that work?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so so you can see that, correct? Okay, love going first. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have had four main areas. One is our safety culture OII, which it was an assessment conducted by North Star. It started, the first report was issued in 2017 with over 60 recommendations, and then we had a follow-up report in 2019 with 20 additional recommendations. PG&E had accepted all of the recommendations and implemented it. We currently are awaiting our second report update. We have been providing quarterly reporting to the CPUC, mainly on sustainability. Are we sustaining the recommendations, and or if we have any changes to those recommendations? The second area is around our Premier and our Pulse survey. So this is an engagement survey that's sent to all employees, but it does include 8 safety culture questions within it, conducted mainly biannually. We do what we call our Pulse survey, which is sent quarterly to a much smaller group, but it's in those off years to check in on the employee's perception. Right now, we're reviewing and looking to replace the Pulse and targeting the summertime of 2022 this year to use a different tool. The next one is in 2020, we conducted the Safety Barometer survey, which is the National Safety Council Employee Perception Survey. It has 50 questions that were all safety related. So this is the first time that we can remember that we have done in the past 10 years, a safety only survey of both our employees and our contract employees. We used that survey to help inform or adjust our safety strategy. So a workforce safe 5-year strategy had been developed, and this was a checkpoint for us on the barometer. And then finally, we have the Wildfire Safety Culture Assessment, which is commissioned by the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. Our first year was last year in 2021. That one was facilitated or conducted, if you will, by DECRA. They had 4 components to it. There's a self-assessment process where we assess where we're at within the culture model and where we expect to be the following year, a survey of both contractors and employees who work within the wildfire mitigations. There were interviews and supporting documentation. That was really done virtually because of COVID. And we are expecting to hear from them probably in the next 4 weeks on our survey and the assessment for 2022. So those are the actions that we, or the assessments that we have been undergoing. Any questions? Okay. I'm going to move over to what has worked, what hasn't worked, what are our challenges. So what we feel has worked is when we've had a model, a cultural model, or a framework for measurement, but also for direction, like where we all know where we're going, and we have something to work towards. We also felt like the assessments focused on the safety culture with an understanding that culture is broader than just safety have been helpful. And where they have been, when we have done them, where we've had safety professionals, people who have been doing these before the assessment, has been extremely helpful also with advising on action planning. What has not worked would be we have a focus really on a lot of activities or initiatives. So the quantity versus quality. What are the few things you need to do that can help move this culture, and realizing, like, culture takes time to move. Also, I think the quarterly reporting has been a really big challenge because it takes a lot of time. Actually, the CPUC has streamlined our reporting, and I think within the last year, which has been extremely helpful. But before, our reporting was probably around 70 pages, so that was a lot, and it took a lot of our focus. Our challenges. We have had challenges in leadership at PG&E, both within safety and within our company. It has been really nice to have Poppy join the company in June of 2021, and you'll hear some of the actions, but have some consistent leadership has been very helpful. And then managing multiple assessments, recommendations, and reporting, not only external reporting, but reporting internally has been a challenge for us. Any questions? Okay, so our learnings and outcomes. Our learnings, I think, and we're still learning, is a focus more on the approach. And this leads into my second, how we do things, how we lead, how we engage, versus getting too much wrapped up into the execution of initiatives. And I would just say that's our learning. We're continuing to improve in that, and take a step back when we're looking at how much is going on, because we can overwhelm ourselves and our employees in that area. The other learning for us is our improved communications with our contract field workers. How do we continue to do that? So we have mechanisms to communicate with our contract companies, but when you're trying to get the assessment or the surveys down to the actual field workers of our contract workers, our contract companies, that has been a challenge in our survey. And so that's what we're looking to improve. How can we do that more efficiently and more importantly, more effectively get to those employees? And then finally, we have to remind ourselves that it takes time. It's not a quick fix on the culture, and being consistent. So the actions I mentioned, we have a defined purpose, virtue, and stands, and a consistent operating rhythm at PG&E. That really helps. That really helps with the churn. And then, as you can imagine, with culture, having some consistency is helping. Our safety stand is our guidepost. Everyone and everything is always safe. And I will say what has changed for me at PG&E is that was a stand that was developed with about 300 people. At least, and it actually is common language. It's a common way we're going, very simple. It's our guidepost. And I think that has been really grounding for a lot of us as well. And it's been very consistent. If I look kind of at our top improvement areas in 2021 and before, it has really been our health and wellness, our ergonomics, industrial and office ergonomics. Motor vehicles is both those areas. Our DART and our motor vehicles have improved and continue improving this year. And our SIF incident management, you're going to see, I'm going to talk about prevention in a minute, but our lot of great process and progress around when we have an incident, how do we manage it? How do we manage those corrective actions? What's the timeliness of those being done? Right now, we are just finishing up undergoing a refresh of our 5-year workforce strategy. And the refresh includes the more focus on public safety and an expand in the focus of process and culture. And so our 2022 areas around the process are really, we have our keys to life. We refreshed them. We added one, which is around pre-job safety briefings. That was an expectation before, but we added it into our keys to life. And we're focusing on our SIF prevention and essential control. So we've had them in place, but we haven't, as I talked about how we lead and how we engage and being consistent, we haven't been consistent in using those tools on a regular basis, more talking about them. So not that we haven't put controls in place, but the consistent rhythm and using our SIF prevention. So we're refocusing in that area. And in culture, our safety leadership training, and we're looking at putting in a safety recognition program this year. And with that, Emma, I don't know if I went over my 10 minutes or not, but I'm open to questions.
Diane.
Let me interject. This is Ken Koss, and I'm acting as the timekeeper. So because we started a little early on this section, each utility would have pretty much 15 minutes. So we have just a couple of minutes left for PG&E. At 9:25, we should switch over to Edison.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Ken again. I did have one question. I may have missed it at the beginning of your slides, but have you as a company defined safety culture? Do you have a written definition of it?
We do. I don't have it handy, but we do have a definition.
Thanks.
I can follow up with you. Okay. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Diane. And so next we're going to hear from SCE, and the presenters are Melvin Brown and Sarah Lee. I think Sarah is going to be sharing her screen.
That's correct, Emma.
Okay, great. All right, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Perfect. And I think we can move to the next slide. So my name is Melvin Brown. I lead the safety culture transformation team here at SoCal Edison. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about our safety culture approach including our assessments and our activities. So SCE has been on a journey of developing a strong safety culture for many years, and we have made some meaningful progress in this space. In 2017, we engaged a safety culture consulting firm, Propulo, to continue our triennial safety culture assessment and to help us update and implement our roadmap for continued improvement. So our approach really includes a comprehensive triennial assessment, which we've been conducting since 2011, as well as a quarterly safety culture pulse for ongoing refinements to our roadmap. Our triennial safety culture assessment consists of a safety culture survey that measures safety climate and specifically focuses on employee perception across the dimensions of safety environment, practices, person, and leadership. And we also include safety performance leading indicators such as production pressure and underreporting. We administer this survey through Propulo to the entirety of the organization through an online and paper versions in tandem with a fairly robust communication and change strategy to ensure we're getting meaningful engagement, which ultimately gives us good data. And with good data, we can actually drive very precise and targeted approaches. We supplement our survey data with an on-site safety evaluation, so essentially a qualitative approach. And this is where we observe and evaluate the effectiveness of our safety efforts and overall safety culture maturity. This is done through a combination of focus groups, interviews, work and fieldwork observations. Essentially, we embed our Propulo safety experts in our business to really understand and observe our cultural artifacts. And we do this through a stratified random sampling approach such that we can generate representative results across the broader population. So this qualitative data that we gather is systematically coded and it's analyzed against 25 dimensions, which include hazard identification and control, as well as management safety commitment, willingness to report errors, with a maturity rating that's produced for each dimension. We analyze the data from our safety climate survey and our on-site safety evaluation. We interpret that data and we try to triangulate it to essentially drive the development of key macro themes, which reflect our safety culture strengths and our opportunities, as well as providing a detailed dimensional evaluation as well. Our assessment results are shared and discussed across the organization, including our executive leadership and our board. And it is used in partnership with our Propulo experts to develop and refine our safety efforts to address the opportunities and to deepen our strengths. Additionally, our quarterly safety culture pulse results are also used to inform and refine our ongoing roadmap. And it's regularly discussed in our executive and grassroots safety governance forum. So we really try to engage the entirety of the organization in our results. I'll pause there before moving to the next slide to talk a little bit about what we've uncovered so far and our strengths and opportunities.
Yes, this is Richard White from the CPUC. Can you say one more word about triangulation? What do you mean by that?
So essentially, we're trying to pull together the quantitative, if you will, results from the safety culture survey and frame that within the context of what we're pulling from the qualitative side, right? So it's not, kind of holding survey results separately from the focus groups, interviews, et cetera. We really try to pull those together to provide a holistic view.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Okay, so our 2017 triennial assessment indicated that we had a culture where our folks were driven to make safety choices because of external forces. So I follow the rules because my supervisor is watching me, I guess an equivalent for us, would be slowing down when we see police in a rearview mirror, right? So it's external forces that are driving our behavioral outcomes. So our safety culture maturity model defines this as public compliance rather than a culture of personal ownership of safety choices, which we've defined as private compliance within our maturity model. And our efforts are really anchored around progressing in a stepwise manner through that maturity model. So based on the results of our assessment, SE created and implemented an updated safety culture roadmap in partnership with Propelo that is focused on hazard identification and control, leadership and talent management, and safety culture engagement and measurement. Each of these categories have multiple initiatives that are developed within to drive progress in these identified opportunities. As a part of this roadmap, all leaders and employees were provided consistent safety culture language, concepts, and tools through cognitive behavioral training that was conducted between 2018 and 2020. This included 2 days of training for all employees and 5 days of training for leaders, ultimately because as our leaders go, so goes our culture. So we invested heavily in ensuring that we had a common mindset, if you will. So focusing on what we think and feel and ultimately what we say and do from an attitude, behavior, and results framework to drive consistent improvement in culture. We also deployed a multi-pronged sustainability strategy that included organizational development interventions to ensure that the language, the concepts, and the tools were actually embedded in how we operate. So looking at our policies and our procedures, not just the initiatives themselves. We also implemented efforts to embed our safety culture approach throughout our operations, if you will. For example, we looked across the entirety of our talent pipeline, from how we recruited, how we selected candidates, how we evaluate our performance through our competency models, and ultimately how we promoted leaders, very much focusing on integrating our safety cultural approach throughout our business processes as well. So we reassessed our culture in 2020, again, as a part of our standing triennial assessment, and significant progress was made in terms of shifting our culture from public compliance, which I mentioned before, external factors driving behaviors, to private compliance, which are really operationalizing as safety ownership. An example of this progress is really encapsulated in the fact that over 75% of our employees reported improvements in safety leadership, so how leaders were talking about safety, modeling the behaviors that we wanted to see, as well as making significant improvements in psychological safety with employees feeling comfortable to speak up, especially as it pertains to raising safety concerns. We've also seen the performance impact of our safety culture efforts by analyzing the variance between field locations, essentially with more mature safety cultures also performing well from a safety performance perspective relative to their peers who were consistently lower. I do want to share that, from an opportunity perspective, we really have to take into account the fact that culture change does not occur in a vacuum, and it is very much impacted by the broader organizational context, right? So significantly increased work volume as a result of wildfire mitigation efforts, really did contribute to reduced leader and employee bandwidth. We also saw increase in stress and fatigue, and ultimately these factors moderated the impact of our safety culture efforts on the safety performance improvements that we are driving towards. Our 2020 safety culture results also indicated the next series of actions to continue driving this culture change, right? So really focusing on how our leaders show up in our culture. As I mentioned before, as our leaders go, so goes the culture. So we're very much focused on driving that leader safety engagement, driving that personal safety ownership across the board, and really continue to foster a culture of speaking up to make us aware of our safety issues. I'll pause there again before moving to our next slide, talking a little bit about what's coming up next. Okay, and so to close this out, really, I want to bring us back to where we started, in that SE really has been on a journey of developing a very strong safety culture for many years. We have been making meaningful progress, and we also recognize that this business of shifting attitudes, shifting mindsets and behaviors is incredibly complex. It does take time, as I think was echoed earlier, and we will continue to invest in improving our safety culture, as it's really a strategic lever in our mission to eliminate serious injuries and fatalities, and ensure that our employees or contractors and members of the public go home safely to who and what they value. So as we look ahead to 2023 and beyond, where we'll be conducting our next triennial safety culture assessment, we're going to continue deepening our actions across our core efforts, so leader safety ownership, hazard identification and control, and ensuring that the initiatives within these areas are stage matched to our safety culture maturity, while also evaluating and refining our safety management system, to ensure that we are driving an integrated and holistic approach to drive improvements across our safety outcomes. I'll stop there, and again, I'll take any questions that folks may have, but that concludes our presentation.
Melvin, and if anyone has questions, you can raise your hand or you can type them in the chat, or you can even just come off mute if it looks like there's no one speaking. Dr. Fleming?
Yeah, really interesting presentation. Thanks for that. I'm just wondering, have you noticed any change in people's perspectives around, the integrity of your system or public safety over this time? A lot of what you've mentioned is a lot about the sort of leadership sort of piece and the employee engagement piece, but I'm just wondering if there's more you want to say about that.
As it relates to public safety?
Yes.
Yeah, so our safety culture assessment does include components of public safety, but I would say it's very much internally focused. What we have been trying to do, however, from a roadmap perspective, is ensuring that as our folks are doing work, it's not just about keeping myself safe, even though that's the ultimate goal. Public safety is very much represented in our mission statement, as well as in the practices that our folks engage in on a daily basis. So even though we're not evaluating perspectives around public safety, it's very much folded into how we approach safety from an operationalization perspective. The other piece that I would add is we are also engaging in OEIS's Wildfire Safety Culture Assessment, which is very much focused on the broader public safety piece. We will be evaluating from our baseline later this summer, and so we expect to see a little bit more there in terms of how our employees are engaging from a wildfire safety and public safety perspective as well.
It's really interesting.
Okay, I think that's it for me if there are no more questions.
Thank you, Melvin, for the presentation. Next up, we have SDG&E, and I'm going to pass it over to Elizabeth Peters if you want to share your screen.
Good morning. Absolutely. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And Emma, if you can just confirm once you can see it, please.
We can see it now.
Okay, so I'm Elizabeth Peters. I'm the manager of SDG&E's Safety Management System. And hopefully this goes into presentation mode. There we go. Okay, so today I wanted to provide you with an overview of not only SDG&E's safety culture assessment efforts, but also the efforts we're undertaking to move our safety culture forward. And so we feel that we have a strong safety culture, but are always looking to improve. And we've been formally measuring our safety culture since 2013. So before talking about the assessments and the formal surveys that we've deployed since 2013, I wanted to first focus on some of the efforts we're currently undertaking in order to move our safety culture forward, and then talk about how we're measuring the effectiveness of those efforts. One of the key elements SDG&E has done is begin operating within a company-wide safety management system starting in 2020. And that really expands the definition of safety beyond just the traditional occupational employee and contractor safety to really heighten the focus on public safety, asset safety, cyber safety, and psychological safety. And so, in addition to that, and within that safety management system, we hold regular safety subcommittee meetings. We have committees on the electric side, the gas side, as well as the office-based side. And that's really key because it provides employees an opportunity to provide feedback, to raise any safety concerns, to highlight any risks, and they are consistently tracked with follow-up and resolution. And so it's really making sure we're hearing directly from those operational employees and provide a consistent process for when any safety concerns are raised. 2021, we deployed a lot of efforts on psychological safety. We had a series of quarterly town hall events where we brought in psychological safety experts and really talked about fostering that true culture of being able to speak up and work comfortably and safely and raise any issues. That was also followed by company-wide manager training. And so a big effort this year within the safety management system is making sure that that psychological safety message is spread throughout the organization and deeper into the organization to make sure all employees know, that safety is first, that they have to be, supported and be able to speak up, because in able to identify risk early, we need to have the means and demonstrate that employees can be heard, their voices are elevated, and will be able to do so in a non-punitive manner. We've also seen, and I will go into more detail with this, that we've seen a big influx in near-miss reporting and the proactive safety improvements resulting from that. And so SDG&E started, its near-miss reporting program back in 2017 and had, great trajectory on that. But we really saw a huge increase in 2021, and we're on track to succeed that in 2022. And that really ties, strongly with the psychological safety, is making sure that people feel that they can speak up in a non-punitive manner, and as a result, know that they'll be heard and that information will be assessed and used to drive safety improvements. Same goes for our field safety observations. We have two programs. One is our behavior-based safety, which is a peer-to-peer safety observation program, as well as a supervisor observation program. And these both look for safe and at-risk behaviors in the field in order, again, to identify that risk early and correct it through coaching, but more importantly, build that trust and build that relationship. And so with safety culture, that's been our key theme, is making sure we're building trust and relationships with that demonstrated commitment and those visible actions. A recent thing we did starting last year is our Chief Safety Officer sends company-wide safety messages every Friday. And these really go towards that strong safety culture of being transparent, sharing that common message, being upfront of the safety incidents, but really focusing on the lessons learned of what we can take from that to improve, and also recognizing safe behavior. Does a really good job of, we're working to normalize, recognize, and celebrate our safe behavior, our zeros, as well as just truly create that learning environment where we use all of our incidents, near misses, observation findings as an opportunity to identify risk early, but also as a lessons learned for corrective actions. We also have recurring Executive Safety Council meetings, and this is an opportunity for a rotating group of frontline operational employees and then a separate session with supervisors to get in front of our company leadership. So that's our vice presidents, our cross-functional vice presidents, to hear directly from them, what are your concerns, what's working, what's not. And that, again, from a cultural perspective, we want to make sure employees feel heard, have a voice, and then know that that information will be used to drive change. We also hold cross-functional monthly safety incident review meetings with our Chief Safety Officer. And so that's taking the incidents from the prior month and doing that deeper analysis as to what happened, and then highlighting the lessons learned and the preventative actions that are being taken to, stop a reoccurrence from ever happening. What's important with this is we're now layering on our serious injury and fatality potential assessments to both our near misses and our safety incidents, and highlighting those incident investigations during the meeting, and then sharing the findings, the lessons learned, the corrective actions broadly, again, so employees can see that, we are continually looking to improve our safety performance and ultimately safety culture. We also have installed vehicle telematics on all of our fleet vehicles and have seen a dramatic decrease in speeding, hard braking, increase in seatbelt usage since then. And that's from the coaching. We adopted this to be able to coach people in a non-punitive manner. And so when certain triggers go off with excessive speeding alerts, for example, our safety professionals reach out to those teams and coach them on, and we've seen a significant improvement in safe driving. And again, all of this is just working to build that trust, build that relationship, and then ultimately put measures in place to identify risk early, which allow us to take proactive action and prevent future incident or injury, and then therefore drive our safety performance forward as well. So from an assessment perspective, historically, SDG&E has relied on its National Safety Council Safety Barometer survey to gauge its safety culture. So beginning in 2013 and approximately every 2 years since, we've done it in 2016, 18, and 2020, we've provided the employees the opportunity to take the Safety Barometer perception survey, again, administered by the NSC, who's, as you know, an independent nonprofit safety organization that's been around for over 100 years. And we ask employees to indicate their level of agreement or disagreement with a variety of safety and work-related statements. These surveys are all safety focused, and those are used to drive action plans across the business. And so a big effort is making sure that employees see the change resulting from these, that it's not just taking the survey and being done with it to the next 2-year period, that we're continually communicating the improvements that are resulting from these surveys. As you heard from Southern California Edison, starting in 2021, electric corporations are also now subject to the Energy Safety Division's Wildfire Safety Culture Assessment. And so that was our first one, and it found that SDG&E has robust processes in place for measuring and improving safety culture with ambitious near-term and long-term objectives, but it also provided recommendations for improvement. And so we are implementing all those recommendations and then report progress back to the Commission in the form of quarterly wildfire mitigation plan submittals. And so not only have we implemented additional measures based on those 3 recommendations that came from the report, but we're going beyond that to make sure that employees know they have a voice and feel heard and can raise any safety concerns specific to wildfire safety culture and just more safety culture in general. So within our safety management system, we're looking to move beyond just these formal, regular surveys, and we're using more data analytics. And so what I'm going to show on the next slide is that we're collecting data on a number of key leading indicators that are safety culture related. We're tracking on participants in our safety culture related events, tracking the number of near miss reports submitted, as well as safety observations performed. And we also have ability to track how many people are viewing our, chief safety officer weekly messaging. And so the point being that we're looking beyond just these formal surveys to these other, kind of more continual assessments of our safety culture and allow us to measure the effectiveness of our programs and identify areas where we can pivot or make changes throughout the course of the year. Another key aspect is our SMS Champions. And so SDG&E, as I mentioned, has a company-wide safety management system, but it's really owned by our operational leaders and our operational teams. And so that messaging is being driven to our frontline employees by those safety-minded, influential leaders within their respective district and organization. So it's really coming from within. So you don't have some external safety professional, telling them, these cultural things that are in place. They're really seeing the actions and the examples and the messaging come from within. And a big piece of that SMS champion role is to not only communicate to the frontline operational employees and provide examples of all the work that's going on, but it's just as importantly soliciting input and feedback and survey from those frontline employees just to make sure we are continuously improving and identifying areas that isn't necessarily hitting the mark. And so those, in my opinion, are a few more ongoing, more informal measures that we're deploying to gauge the effectiveness of our safety culture throughout the course of the year. I mentioned, examining our key leading indicators. And so as you can see from these two graphs, SDG&E's near-miss reporting and safety observations continue to increase dramatically. And not only do those give us opportunity to identify potential risks and hazards and take corrective actions, but more importantly, they're demonstrating the building of trust. And we're starting to really see that in our near-miss reports. There's a lot more acknowledgement of I had an error, I made a mistake, I skipped a step, I didn't follow procedure. There's no blame placed to that, and they can be submitted anonymously. And so those near-miss reportings, both on a number perspective, but just the quality of them that are being submitted, are a very early indication of the strong safety culture that's being developed here. And similarly with the observations, the more people are willing to be observed, the more leaders that are engaged in the observations, the more trust will build and the more relationships. And when you do that, employees and contractors feel safe to speak up and can raise concerns. And so we've identified our successes, our opportunities for improvement, and our challenges. And one of our main successes is our current most recent Safety Barometer survey results. And so we recorded an over 95% participation rate in our 2020 survey and received a 90%. Sorry?
Then I get nauseous.
Received a 98% score, which indicates that we've scored higher than over 98% of other 580 companies within the NSC database. But again, we're looking beyond that and focusing on the other leading indicator data that can demonstrate where we have strong safety culture and where we need to improve. And some of those opportunities for improvement really include focusing on that continued messaging of that psychological safety to frontline employees. And we're trying to do so by demonstrated leadership commitment and action. And we're looking for ways to really increase that deeper data analytics, consolidate data and making sure we're looking at data across the board and really taking that risk-based approach to what we're seeing. And with that, we need enhanced technology and communication tools. So we do see that as opportunities for improvement going forward. But then from a safety culture perspective, some of the challenges are resulting from outside sources as well. And so COVID obviously has put a strain on our culture because we're a family, we work together, and we had to instill obviously a lot of remote work separation requirements, in-person meeting gathering restrictions. And so we're looking to move past that. And I think the biggest thing is really changing the behavior and stigma around speaking up or asking for help. And so that's a consistent message we've been issuing across the board, is making sure that people know that speaking up is a sign of strength and that you can't work safe if you don't feel safe, and really trying to remove that stigma around speaking up. And so looking ahead, we are continuing with our company-wide implementation of our SMS processes. And again, those processes focus on culture and making sure that we are providing consistent follow-up and feedback with increased communication, increased leadership engagement across the board, and doing so by demonstrated actions. We do have plans to drive psychological safety now down to the training, down to the supervisor level, as well as this continued operational messaging across the company. And that really showing the improvements resulting from submitted near misses, from data from our safety observations, as well as continually to solicit feedback from our employees, especially our frontline operational employees, as well as our contractors. And we do have another Safety Barometer survey slated for this year, as well as our Safety Congress and Awards, which truly recognize and reward safe behavior. So with that, I rushed through the last couple ones. I apologize. I wanted to make sure to get through them, but would be open to any questions.
This is Ken
I have a
Koss.
question, if
As
that's
a
okay.
timekeeper, you did a great job. We're a minute to go before So Galgas takes over. The question I had though was the same as I had earlier: is do you have a written definition of safety culture anywhere that your whole staff knows where it is and knows what it is?
So our SMS processes, one of the key objectives is around safety culture. And so that's baked into a lot of those with our safety culture is, the shared belief that, we put safety first, that safety will never be jeopardized, that employees have the means and the comfort to speak up. But to your point, Kenneth, we don't really have that formal defined definition. We've, filed in our regulatory proceedings that we agree with, the CPUC's definition of safety culture being the shared beliefs and cultural norms. But, I don't currently believe that any of our processes say this is our definition of safety culture. It's more of a casual, they all reference it and where we're trying to go with it versus, this is our defined definition of it.
Okay, thank you.
Carolina, you had a question?
Yes, thanks, Emma. And my question is really relating to the energy safety assessments. So I have two questions. The energy safety assessments you mentioned earlier. Could you please expand? The other utilities presented on a self-assessment. I didn't see that on your slide, so I'm curious if that is something different that SDG&E does. And if it's not, perhaps you can just expand on what the self-assessment means and what you do to conduct that self-assessment. What methods you put in place?
No, thank you, Carolina. And I apologize that the reference to the Energy Safety Division assessment was the Wildfire Safety Culture Assessment that Edison had referenced that was conducted last year by DECRA. And so that did include, the surveys, the interviews. And so from a self-assessment perspective, we have that slated for Q3 of this year. And so we haven't yet formally done that internal self-assessment. So I apologize. The reference was to the External Energy Safety Division Wildfire Safety Culture Survey conducted by DECRA last year.
Okay, and just to clarify, there is nothing further from the survey, or are there activities beyond the survey that are conducted, and if they're conducted, by whom are they conducted?
So the Energy Safety Division survey resulted in a report, and it resulted in 3 recommendations of improvements that SDG can make for its safety culture. And so we are working to implement all of those and report back progress in our quarterly wildfire mitigation plan findings. It's our understanding that this will be an annual assessment. As Edison mentioned, we're expecting to, initiate that in the coming weeks to months. But in addition to that, it's not just the assessment, it's more of the improvements that I've put in place with a lot more ability. So I know the Wildfire Safety Division, for example, has a new email and portal for employees to submit any concerns, recommendations with respect to wildfire risk. That's something that came out of the survey, but it's not necessarily an assessment piece. It's a tool that, we're using to move the safety culture forward, in response to the recommendations from that report.
And my other question is, you presented, a set of metrics and just discussed some metrics around what you're doing to track effectiveness. How do you know those activities are actually effective beyond, an employee clicking on a page, or how do you know these activities are actually being effective and achieving what you want them to achieve?
Yeah, so in 2022, SDG&E adopted its first safety management action plan. And what that did is identify a number of key leading safety performance and cultural metrics, as well as lagging performance metrics. And we're trying to move beyond just looking at individual metrics and look at them all together. And so it's not just looking at near misses. What we're seeing in the initial data analytics is in time periods where near miss reporting goes up, that means we're talking about it, we're identifying it, we're sharing it. Our lagging safety indicator data tends to go down. And so same with our vehicle telematics data. When we have increased coaching and safe driving, our CMVI rates go down. And so my long-winded answer, Carolina, is within that safety management action plan, it's looking at a number of metrics, not just individual metrics. So looking at the number of clicks on a weekly chief safety officer message isn't indicative of itself, but when you layer that on top of increased near miss reporting, increased safety observations, as well as decreased lagging OSHA recordables and contractor safety metrics, that's what we're trying to see. Look at it much more holistically and take that company-wide look and layer all these metrics on top of each other to really get that true indicator of our safety culture moving forward, as well as our safety performance improving.
This is Ken as your timekeeper. Emma, we need to move on to allow SoCal Gas time, but thank you very much, Elizabeth. That was very interesting.
Thanks, Ken, and thanks, Elizabeth. Next, we're going to move on to SoCal Gas, and we have Harish Shukla, and I'm going to just share the screen, and I'll hand it over to you, Harish.
Can you hear me okay and see me? Emma?
I can hear you and see. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. My name is Harish Shukla, and I'm the strategy manager within the SMS organization at SoCal Gas. Let me start out by saying that I'm glad to be here and thankful to the commission, for providing this opportunity to share, our SoCal Gas's journey and experiences, and also thank our peer utilities for sharing what they're doing, because we can learn a lot from each other in this manner. Now I know that the focus of this rulemaking is on assessment of safety culture, but I want to take a moment to emphasize that SoCal Gas has had a long history of its commitment to safety, developing a strong foundation for safety, working actively in our industry to share and learn best practices, and also over time, improving our safety practices and programs. And all these efforts really go towards us being able to influence our safety culture in a positive way. And some of these practices were highlighted by my colleague Elizabeth from our sister utility, San Diego Gas and Electric, and we work closely together, with each other, and most of our safety practices are similar, if not identical. So it's really coming back to the focus of this rulemaking, right? And that's what I want to really focus my presentation on, is our journey on safety culture assessments. And we actually started formally assessing our culture in 2009, when we first conducted our employee engagement survey. And we've been doing it every year, every other year, since that time. Most recently completed it in 2021. And this survey is a best practice out there, used widely in the nation by many companies, and it really gives us a window into our company's culture. However, the depth on safety is lacking in this survey, and so recognizing that pitfall or deficiency, in 2013, we began our journey to actually dive into safety and assess our safety culture using the National Safety Council Safety Barometer survey. And we have completed 4 cycles of those surveys. I think started in 2013, and then one in 16, 18, and 21. And then our experience in this area of conducting safety culture assessments was enriched when we participated in the assessment that was performed by the Commission and its consultant, Evolving Energy Consortium. And as you all know, that assessment was completed in 2022. So we have experienced 3 different types of culture assessments thus far. And based on this experience, we have definitely come to appreciate a few formidable challenges in this process. And I'm sure these are not going to be new to you, but these are our experiences that I would like to highlight. First of all, culture is highly subjective and complex, to say the least. And, as diverse as one can think of. And as such, it's a challenge and difficult to actually accurately measure it and assess it. On top of that, if you think about it, and as I think some of you have already mentioned that it takes a long time, especially to operationalize change in culture. And I'll get to an example later on in my presentation. But the interventions and the remedies that we implement today can take years to show their impact. And so we could be moving forward and backward and not know until years later. And I really like the analogy that Dr. Flemings uses, is that it is more like a football game than a relay race. And then finally, perceptions. They're really the key in safety culture assessments. And to get to the root of these perceptions is definitely a big challenge. On one hand, it is important to ensure, confidentiality of these assessments and especially employee input. But on the other hand, we lose the ability to, get to the root causes of what's driving those perceptions. But, despite all of these challenges, we have definitely seen tremendous value in, assessing culture using different methodologies. But I'd like to focus in on, our safety barometer survey, that we have been doing, for the last 10 years. We have the most experience coming out of that. And, there's some good things coming out of it and some improvement ideas that we can continue to work on. But, in terms of, lessons learned, our results, first of all, have been, consistently in the top quartile, when we compare ourselves to hundreds of other companies in the NSC's benchmarking database. And this is good to know that, we're at least on the right track. Also, another, thing that we have learned is that, the supervisor participation, their influence on their frontline employees, has consistently ranked as one of the highest attributes in our surveys. And this is another good thing to know, is that supervisors, who have a major influence on our frontline employees, who are actually working day in and day out on activities that essentially ensure public safety. And so, good things are coming out of these assessments. But on the other hand, in terms of opportunities to improve, the surveys have been a great source of those opportunities. It actually gave birth to our, formal Stop the Job program and our close call reporting program. And, this came up in our initial survey, and we made it a point to formalize that. We had informally that Stop the Job in place and close call reporting in place. But after that, we worked with our unions and our frontline employees to come up with a formal policy on Stop the Job, and had a campaign to go out and have a dialogue session with everybody to make sure they understood that. We had a sort of video briefing by our officers and union leaders, making sure that, they say, hey, your back is covered by us and there's no repercussions and whatnot, right? But despite, having a campaign, we've learned that, it took about 5 to 7 years to really, get that traction, with our employees and our contractors. And we're still not there. Although now you can find frequent examples of Stop the Job, coming through the organization, and people are proud to talk about them. But in our most recent survey of National Safety Council Barometer survey in 2021, showed that we still have around, about 10 to 15% of our employees who are not comfortable with reporting close calls or stopping the job. And so definitely, something that has been brought up by all the utilities is the psychological safety, workplace environment that we need to continue to really work on and further strengthen that to make sure that, every one of our employees feel, comfortable stopping the job. So where does this take us in the future? We definitely intend to continue using both of these survey instruments, the Employee Engagement Survey, as well as the National Safety Council Safety Barometer surveys, and utilizing maybe additional methodologies that we're learning from our peers and from our regulators, and further strengthening those instruments. But something new I think that we're working on now is actually establishing safety culture goals for our organization to further support the advancement that we want to make in our safety culture. And I'll give you a few examples. This is work in progress for sure, but we just had dialogue sessions at all of our major locations, operating locations, with our employees, and speaking to them about our assessment and our plan for making improvements, but essentially keeping them informed, engaged, and providing feedback. And it's really important to have these dialogues, and our leadership is committed to having these dialogues. Another one is looking at our governance model, in looking at how we manage safety and risk and asset management, and see that by taking a holistic sort of systematic view of managing all aspects of our risk in an effective way is another one of our goals. We have a lot of leadership training programs, but we've never really focused in on safety culture as being the cornerstone of those programs. And so our goal is to really start building awareness about safety culture and how one can impact safety culture in a positive way, and hopefully that would help us further propel in the right direction of advancing our safety culture. And also leading safety indicators. From some of the questions that have come up before, it's a challenge to be able to measure are we actually making a difference in our safety culture. And so we're committed to working on looking at leading safety indicators, and some of these safety culture goals would, I think, be perceived and viewed as being leading safety indicators. But we're committed to having a few effective leading safety indicators that can drive performance and tell us that we're on the right track and doing well. Also, incidents, we've been investigating incidents for a long time, but a renewed focus on those incidents where nothing tragic happened, but there was a potential for serious injury or fatalities. And so we're committed to bringing that into the fold this year. And then really opening ourselves to scrutiny from outside stakeholders, and relying more on expertise in safety culture that's out there, that's independent, that can help us guide us. And so engaging outside experts to help us with knowing what works, what doesn't work, and to guide us further in our advancement of our safety culture are kind of a few of the examples that we've been honing in on as being our annual sort of safety culture goals. And with that, I'll conclude it and open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Harish. I'll pause and see if there's any hand raised if people have questions. Dr. Fleming?
Hi, Harish. Nice summary of the journey you've been on. I'm just curious, and maybe you can't answer this off the top of your head. I totally appreciate it if you can't, but you mentioned that you've been doing the National Safety Council survey since 2013. Did that, with the benefit of hindsight, in fairness, but with the benefit of hindsight, have you gone back and looked at those perceptions, in the lead up to Aliso Canyon, and any of the, would it have given you any insight into the fact that that event was likely to occur?
Well, that's a tough question. The survey is definitely an instrument, as I see it, more as a tool to identify, what the perceptions are of employees. And it's easier to really look at an area where we see a large population not being comfortable with stopping the job, that helps us to know that, hey, we need to do something in this area to make sure that people are comfortable in identifying risks. And certainly we need to do more with that in terms of making sure that everybody's on board. Helping employees understand how to identify proactively risks. Sort of being, obsessed about risk identification and looking for opportunities where things could fail potentially, and being ahead of the curve is definitely, areas where we can do a lot more all together working. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's hard to, see a relationship, causal relationship between incidents and the safety culture assessment journey that we are on as being, it's still, in the learning phase, right? We are all learning about what safety culture means, what are the good traits, how do you address perceptions. Did that help you?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's just a general sort of concern I think people have just now is that we've had some major, we've been doing perception surveys for a long time. I've been involved in doing this since the early 90s. And, as time has gone on, we've had a number of major incidents, and a number of those organizations have been doing perception surveys regularly. And with the benefit of hindsight, when they went back and looked, they haven't found anything even after the incident that should have told them. And that maybe raises a question that we should pause and think about, right? Sometimes there's so when I get to my presentation, there's been some sort of fundamental moments for me in safety. I've been doing this for a long time, and that's a concern of mine, okay? Is that with the best will in the world, you were doing the right thing in the run-up from a safety culture perspective at the time, and yet you still had a failure that if you'd had any warning beforehand, you would have definitely prevented. Is that sort of fair?
No, that's fair. I think there's something to think about, and I'm not there, but you could have a great safety culture and doing all the things right, and you still can have an incident. And lack of incidents doesn't mean that there's a great safety culture either. And so I struggle with that. But I think what we have to really learn is how to fail safely. And there are things that you could do, right? To be really honing in on where could the next incident occur. Take time as an organization to think hard, and every manager, supervisor behind that, right? In terms of where is my next potential, failure that may likely occur, and how can I prevent that? And I think we all learn from human and organizational performance perspective that humans are prone to making errors, despite our best intentions, right? So the idea is to really learn how to fail safely. But you're right. I mean, it's definitely a concern of all of us.
Emma, this is Ken. We should probably move on to the next segment.
Thanks, Ken, and thanks, Harish. So before we move on to Dr. Fleming's presentation, I just wanted to pause and see if there are any questions from the commissioner or from anyone else before we move on to the next section. And like Ken said, we're a little over time, so we'll just take a couple of questions if we have them.
I don't have any questions right now. I appreciate all the presentations and may have some questions a little bit later as we move through the workshop series. I'm sure I'll have more questions, but this has been a really good overview. So I want to thank all of the presenters this morning from the utilities.
Thanks, Commissioner. With that, maybe we'll move on to Dr. Fleming's presentation. So Dr. Fleming, who we've heard from a little bit today already, is a professor in the Department of Psychology at St. Mary's University in Nova Scotia. He's an applied psychologist, and he has nearly 30 years of experience working on a range of safety culture issues in a range of industries, including offshore oil and gas, nuclear, petrochemical, and construction. And he advises other regulators, such as the Canadian Energy Regulator, the U.S. Department of Transport, and others on safety culture assessment and improvement. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Fleming. I have your slides in my deck, so I can share my screen, or I can stop sharing my screen and allow you to share your screen, whatever's best for you.
Yeah, it'd be best if I get to share my screen. Thanks, Emma.
No problem.
Thanks, everyone. And Ken, can you readjust so you can take 10 minutes off my time? I have been the one who has sucked up the time. So I think I can cover everything that I need to cover between now and 11. So we'll work on that. So thanks, everybody, and it's nice to see everybody here. I'm going to say this, although it probably won't turn out to be a reality. I'm going to try and speak for a shorter period of time. For those who know me, that's like a virtual impossibility for me to have a brief presentation, but I'm going to try so that we can have some discussion, because I think there's a lot of great expertise in the room. And what I'm trying to do here is just stimulate some debate. As Emma mentioned, I've been doing this for nearly 30 years now, and I've had a number of ins and outs with this whole process, from starting doing perception surveys in the offshore oil and gas industry in the early 90s to developing the safety culture maturity model in the late 90s to then sort of walking away from it for a bit in the early 2000s, and then sort of coming back in the sort of 2010 onwards to work with a different approach to safety culture. And some of that sort of journey reflects some of my own particular sort of perspectives. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is about the nature of safety culture. I know we've covered that a little bit in some of the earlier presentations, but I think it's important to maybe sort of set out my stand, at least as to where I'm coming from, and then how safety culture perceptions or safety climate fits in with that, and then how you can maybe use that information to understand culture. So I think we've had, I think Ken has maybe brought up this a couple of times. Well, what do we mean by safety culture and what's our definition? And so this is the definition that I use. And while there are many definitions out there, they actually all share very similar sort of characteristics or features. So one of the key components that's true of all definitions is it's about something that's shared. It's something that we share together. It's not something that's at an individual level. So this is an organizational level, or at least a group level construct, where we talk about the shared values, attitudes, and behaviors. And when you really sort of think about what do we mean by shared, that's a lot to do with me understanding of my values, but also being able to make judgments about your values, if that makes sense. So how I behave is a reflection of how, to a certain extent, about what I think you think in that situation. And just to give a sort of an everyday example, if I was going to tell in this presentation a racist or a sexist joke, then that would definitely obviously say something about my values, but it would also say something about what I thought of you, right? I would only do it if I thought you shared those values that I had. Okay, so shared values really do influence how we behave and how we think about things, even though sometimes they're subconscious. And within this context of safety culture, it determines the effectiveness of safety management. And that is actually quite a bold statement in terms of a definition of something, is that it's not something that is a part of safety management. It's not something that is a nice thing to have around safety management. It is the thing that determines the effectiveness of safety management. And the way I like to think about this is that, the safety management system is your body, and safety culture is the life force that makes it alive. So if you had no safety culture, then the safety management system would be dead. And if you had a weak one, it would be sort of limping around a little bit. And if you have a strong one, then you're able to run 100 meters, right? So that's the sort of the metaphor I try to use, is that it's the safety culture that is your life force, or the energy or the oil that drives the engine of your safety management system to various degrees. So that's one way to sort of think about how it works in this context. This for me, a paper by one of who I think was one of the best thinkers in this space, a guy called Frank Ullman from the Netherlands, and he's written and thought a lot about safety culture. And this particular paper had a big impact on my approach to safety culture. I think partially it may well have been aimed a bit at me, although we get on quite well. As applied safety researchers, the culture concept is deprived of much of its depth and subtlety, and is morphed into a grab bag of behavioral and other visible characteristics without any reference to the meaning of those characteristics might actually have, often infused with normative overtones. And, you know, many people have mentioned the safety culture maturity model as one of the things that they use, and that's nice. Originally, the term safety culture maturity was coined by myself in Aberdeen in actually 1999 in a pub, which is a whole long other story. But you know, the idea was to sort of to describe, just as I think Frank is mentioning here, you know, what it normatively looked like without really thinking too deeply about it. And you know, I know from other conversations in pubs with Frank subsequently that a lot of the criticism when he's writing this quote, and that's why I put it up, is towards me and people like me who hadn't thought as deeply about culture as we maybe should have, even though we'd spent at this point probably about 10 or 20 years working on safety culture. So we need to be very careful about how we think about safety culture and how we're going to be able to use it in practice. And the comments I was making to Harish earlier is that would any of the assessments that we've done to date really have identified future failures? So for me personally, I'm interested in safety and work in safety to prevent major hazard failures, major events like San Bruno, Aliso Canyon, Deepwater Horizon. And, you know, a lot of the work we did when we started in the offshore oil and gas industry in the 90s was to prevent Piper happening again. And to a certain extent, we may have helped, but I think we still have a long way to go. So from 2010 onwards, my approach to safety culture has changed. And a lot of the work I've done has been quite different than the work that came before that, which was maturity models and stuff like that. Not that I still use maturity models in different contexts, but you know, maybe with a slightly different tone. So this model, very simple model, which of safety culture, based on Shine's work, you know, talks about basic assumptions in the center, espouse values coming next, which is your perceptions, safety priorities, processes, people. Safety artifacts, which are the sort of more visible behaviors, policy, procedures. And the outer two layers have often been sort of classified as safety climate, which is those safety perceptions, usually measured by surveys. And you know, this model is sort of broadly accepted, although sometimes we sort of skip over it quite quickly when we really think about what do those basic assumptions mean. And to give an example, it's sort of about the meaning of things. So when someone says the word safety, what does that mean? When someone thinks who's responsible for something, what does that mean? It's a lot of how we immediately process things, operating somewhat as often as a subconscious level, and really you sort of see it in sort of contrast between maybe what's said and what's done, and through closer observation. So the basic assumptions are often quite hard to get at, and sometimes we sort of slip over them. Yet they are central to any sort of longer term safety culture change, because what tends to happen is you bring in a new intervention and it's interpreted within the context of the existing culture. And that can be a real challenge. And I'm not going to dwell too much on it, but it's quite important when we talk about trying to understand our culture to try and get an understanding of these basic assumptions in our organization. Now, when we think about safety culture in terms of how it's reflected in our practices. So this is not actually safety culture, but it's how it's reflected. So the safety culture of an organization is reflected in its policies, procedures, systems, you know, that are sort of designed to promote safety culture. So different organizations who have different safety cultures will have different practices in place. And many of those practices have been already described earlier today, like safety leadership training, manager worksite visit program, safety recognition program, near-miss reporting program. So these are all aspects or things that reflect the culture of an organization. So for an organization that doesn't care at all about safety culture or safety at all, they are unlikely to have a near-miss reporting program. They're not likely to have a safety leadership training program. So these are sort of processes that organizations put in place to promote a desired culture, and it's helpful to know what processes you have and to identify them. There's also perceptions, which are the things that people who are part of the organization and their perception of those things. So to what extent they perceive that they're going to be treated fairly if they report an incident, to what extent that they perceive that the senior leaders want them to work safely, to what extent you know, do they perceive that safety is more important than productivity. So these are all sort of perceptions that you can, that organizational members will have, which is a reflection of the culture within that organization. And then finally, the culture will also be reflected in the practices and beliefs within the organizations. And practices include behavior, but maybe slightly broader than our maybe our typical understanding of that. So it might be around sort of decisions that senior leaders make. It might be about sort of outcomes of behavior, such as self-report information, those sorts of things. So you might be able to look at how people who are involved in an incident are treated in some shape or form. So there's these sort of three, in my head, broad categories of ways that safety culture is reflected. So you can see it in the processes a company has, you can see it in the perceptions of the employees and members of the organization, and you can see it in the practices and actions that people perform. You know, the challenge a little bit is that with the sort of importance of safety culture in many domains, many companies are just adopting and saying they have practices that are consistent with a strong safety culture. And also, some companies are putting significant effort into persuading employees that they've got a positive safety culture rather than actually changing any of the mechanisms. It's more difficult in reality to impact the practices because that's what's happening on a day-to-day basis. So often this gives you the best insight into how your culture is actually functioning, although it's hardest to get at just because of the amount of energy required to do it. So these are three categories, and we're going to come back to them a little bit to sort of think about how they work. So I think many people on this call will be familiar with the API 1173. And they talk about sort of guidance around safety culture assessment evaluation. And they talk about the need for it to be a comprehensive evaluation that includes multiple methods, surveys, interviews, focus groups, document analysis, and observation. And, you know, again, the purpose of this comprehensive evaluation is to sort of dig deep and understand what's going on in the organization, try to understand those basic assumptions. So it involves looking at things from a number of different perspectives and then trying to draw meaning and themes out of that, which is complex and difficult. So surveys, interviews, and focus groups really give you a lot of insight into people's perceptions. That's often what that methodology tends to collect, is how people perceive around safety and where it is managed within the organization. The document analysis, policies, procedures, risk assessments gives you good insight into the processes that are in place around safety within the organization and safety culture. And observation gives you some insight into practices, and so does some of the document analysis. So, you know, if you think about it, if your assessment is only doing this part, you're only capturing the perceptions part typically of this, while if you're in this space, you're capturing a much broader scheme of things. And that's why we recommend to organizations that they do a multi-method approach, because it's giving you insight into different ways that safety culture is reflected within an organization. And I can answer sort of questions about that in a minute. Okay, how are we doing? Not too bad. Okay. So we've had a lot of talk about safety culture surveys to date, and personally, you know, I'm always uncomfortable when organizations make good, bad judgments about their safety culture. So this is from Kung Fu Panda, one of my favorite movies, and Shifu says, runs up to Oogway to say, "Master, I have, it's very bad news." And Oogway turns around, Shifu, there is just news. There is no good or bad. And then if you remember the movie, which you all should, the next thing is that Shifu says that Tai Lung has escaped from prison, and Oogway goes around and says, "Oh, that is bad news," right? So, and to sort of clarify this point, what I'm trying to say is that in general, it's not good to say good or bad, except when it's really bad, right? You know, so there are really bad perceptions. So if loads of people in your organization think that it's very unsafe, that is broadly bad. The good part is a little bit trickier, right? You know, so I would be very reluctant to say this is a good result. I would just say what it is, which is the majority of people in our organization have positive perceptions around safety. So I think it's important to think about it that way. So it does give you information. I'm not saying that perception surveys are not useful. I use them frequently in the work I do, and I recommend organizations to do them, right? So sometimes I sometimes feel I get framed as the he doesn't like perception surveys person, and that's not true. But they're not reality, right? So you have to be able to sort of think about that they are perceptions, and those perceptions may well be important, but they may not necessarily reflect practices on the ground. Also, a lot of the surveys that are constructed are pretty poor, right? You know, they don't have very strong psychometric properties. I don't want to get into a whole debate about that. Many of them have been developed in-house with very little scrutiny. I have been exposed to some of the items on some of these surveys from other work I've been doing, and they're very weak. So therefore, agreeing with them is very easy to do, like safety is important here, or I work safely. I mean, those are not meaningful items. No one's going to disagree with them. So I think you need to be very careful about what it's telling you. They're at best a ballpark estimate. And, you know, I think sometimes just because it produces a number doesn't mean it's a number that most engineers do, right? So I think some of the dressing up of the accuracy of safety culture perception results is due to the inherent insecurity of psychologists that we're not really true scientists. And, you know, I'm comfortable with being inadequate, so I don't mind. But basically, there's a lot of error in that data, and I'll maybe explain that a bit more in a minute. And perceptions are influenced by a whole pile of factors, not necessarily just about their experience in the workplace. So it can provide useful information, but you just have to be wise that they are going to be influenced by things. So for example, if you did a perception survey when you're in the middle of a contentious labor disruption and got lots of negative results, you'd probably say, oh, gee, you know, they're probably not that accurate. But there's lots of other things that might be influencing those perceptions. For example, excessive criticism by external groups of the carbohydrate industry or pipelines, again, makes people to have more positive perceptions about their own safety, right? So there's lots of factors that influence these things. You need to be aware of that. And I would say one of the important things is to understand why employees have those perceptions. And I'm going to go on to that in a minute. I'm just going to try and highlight the sort of, so the pop quiz. What is the height of the Eiffel Tower? Anybody know the answer? You can type it in the chat if they know the answer. Okay, we'll move on. At least 5 feet, depending on the, okay. 500 feet, okay. That might be the closest guess. It's actually 307 meters, so 320 meters, which is actually around 500 feet. So that's probably quite a good guess, plus or minus 15 centimeters. So it does vary by, you were close. That does vary by plus or minus 15 centimeters, depending on how warm it is, which I was sort of quite surprised at. So that's an engineering number, right? And you can get a whole bunch of different people and to measure it, and as long as they're competent to do it, they will come up with the same figure, right? On the other hand, here's another question for you. How much fun are we having? Right. Well, okay. I'll put it on a scale. So 7.5 on a 10-point scale, right? So you could get myself and my son to rate how much fun we're having, and we could come up to a agreed number that we both said that's the number that we have for that scale. Okay. Now the problem, both of those things are interesting and both of those things are useful information. Okay, but they're very different types of numbers. Okay. The 7.25 on a 10-point scale has got huge amounts of error in it, right? And it's not going to be the same for the same person. It's going to be influenced by a whole range of things. So if you ask me to rate it now versus then, you know, if you ask different people to rate it, both of us would have had different scores. So the thing that we often, as psychologists, are not clear about is that the numbers we provide you are not the numbers that you would be typically using. Engineers typically use the 320 meter number, while psychologists are using the 7.25 number. And the range of error in our data is much, much greater. and it's influenced by many other factors. And we're comfortable with that because it still provides useful information for something that's very, very hard to assess otherwise. But often people who haven't been trained in this background take our numbers far too seriously, right? So I've seen safety professionals present changes in safety perception scores where they've gone from, you know, an average of 4.27 to an average of 4.37 and been really excited about that tiny change that is not a meaningful change in any real sense. So that I think is one of my big concerns about how we think about these things. We think about them as having some level of precision that is incorrect. So even if you accept that, often organizations get results like this, where they get item by item results of a perception survey, which are on a 5-point scale, which is then collapsed onto a 3-point scale. So you've got agree, neither, and disagree. And then they look at the items and then they look at one, oh, wow, the maintenance one, we've got to do something about that. 70% of people agree with it. And, you know, well, okay, first of all, if you're giving this to your entire organization, I'm not convinced it's useful information, right? So would the person who is in an admin position, say in the, I don't know, marketing department, have much insight into how the maintenance on equipment is being conducted, right? So you're immediately putting error in by who you include in your sample in that context and what questions you ask. And we all do this, but sometimes we don't recognize that sometimes the people who are asking the questions, particularly very specific questions like this, may not be in a position to provide you useful information. So all scheduled maintenance on current equipment is current. Well, okay, you actually have other indicators of that, right? And you can go and check. Is it consistent with your maintenance audit, right? Or are you finding that that's the case, right? We correctly store all personal protective equipment, right? Can we go and check and see if that's true? High priorities placed on safety training. Is this reflected in your training records and completion and those sorts of things? We freely discuss any errors, mistakes. We learn from each other. Well, what is your near-miss reporting like? Okay, so you should be able to see these perceptions and they should be reflected in practices that you're doing, and you should be critical of things. So sometimes organizations focus on the fact that, say for the very last one, 87%. Well, 87% of people agreed with that statement. Well, what about the other, 13%? Well, I think that's not a helpful way to think about that data. First of all, I'm concerned that many people are agreeing with it, right? So it may mean that people are not very critical of your organization. And I think that's something to sort of to think about in terms of the data. So high percentage agree is not necessarily good. It might be something where you should have a concern about that so many people are agreeing with this without any real knowledge of the situation, right? So high percentage agree might reflect complacency or a shared collective belief that we're good at safety, which is not actually based on any reality. So in summary, really what I'm trying to say is be more critical of the data that you get from survey results. Don't just accept it blindly because it may not actually be as accurate or as positive as you think it is. And absolutely don't strive to have the highest degree level. Also, when you're, I do not believe in benchmarking comparisons. I've never found them to be helpful. I know that companies are obsessed with doing it. And I know that when organizations contact me and ask me to do a survey for them, they say, oh, well, can you benchmark it? And since I've been doing it and often using similar surveys for over 30 years, yeah, I've got a huge database I could compare people to, but I will never do it because it is unhelpful. It makes people chase that they want to have a certain score. The people who do poorly think, well, it's not really a fair comparison. The people who do well don't do anything on the results. So, and I don't feel it tells you anything particularly new or useful. You're often comparing yourself against organizations that aren't comparable to you. So if you're operating a gas pipeline business, your safety expectations and standards need to be orders of magnitude greater than a manufacturing company in another industry. So comparing like with like is probably one thing. Also, in general, pipeline companies have a large number of non-operational staff in comparison to other businesses. So people who sit in offices tend to have much more positive perceptions about safety than people who actually do any work. Being spoken by someone who spends his life in an office. So I think you need to sort of really rethink, rather than thinking whether we get a good or a bad result, to think about what is this telling us about how safety is being managed and how does it help us improve? And the good, bad, we're in the top quartile, bottom quartile, would be information that I wouldn't present to anyone, because it's actually just, does this tell us anything useful? So the limits of perceptions is that they only capture the surface layers of culture, right? So they're only giving you those outside things. Can provide a false sense of security. So that's my biggest concern. And I've probably been seeing this in the last number of years, where many companies point to positive safety perception survey results as to a reason why they're doing well, or why they don't need to do more, or how they're better than others. And all of those things are red flags to me, because feeling that you're better than others, feeling that you're doing well, are the signs that lead up to a major failure. So the real concern I have about a lot of work I've done is that it actually increases the likelihood of a bad thing happening, not decreasing it, because organizations end up feeling that they're doing much better than they are because of perception surveys. And also they put a lot of effort into trying to influence employees' perceptions so they get a good result. So the perception surveys, and that includes interviews and focus groups, are not reality. They can be biased in a range of ways. Our basic assumptions frame our thinking and influence our perceptions, right? So how we think about safety, how we think about management, how we think about a lot of things influence how we take in new information and how we respond. So the statement, managers are concerned about safety, depends on what safety means. So does it mean all types of safety? Does it mean occupational safety? Does it mean my safety, public safety? What our expectations are of managers in terms of their concern, right? So what does a manager being concerned look like? And what are our expectations around that? One of the things I think that is surprising, when you look at mean scores in the nuclear industry, they tend to be much more critical and much more negative than in the pipeline industry. But having worked with both industries, the nuclear industry puts a lot more effort and has a stronger safety culture than many of my experiences with the pipeline industry. And I think that is something to think about. Why would it be more negative? It's not that necessarily that's a bad thing. It means that the employees are critical of how they do safety and they're wanting to improve. So being critical and identifying improvement opportunities is a good thing, not a bad thing in terms of your safety culture. So if you want to understand your culture, you need to sort of dig into those basic assumptions and ask probing questions about your results, and not get sucked into, is it good enough or bad enough? And what's the story I can tell my manager about how we're really good at this, rather than saying, how are we bad? So rather than, going into a management team and saying, we got our survey results and here's how we're good, just go and say, here's how we're bad and here's why you should be concerned. Now, it's easy for me to do that because they're not going to fire me, or at least not going to fire me from my main source of income. And they do tend to fire me from the job. But that, I think, being sort of using it to improve often involves criticism. So I think that's important to think about. And then this involves, I think, building a rich picture from different data sources to identify shared meanings and beliefs and basic assumptions. So it's really being much more critical of the information you're being provided and saying what the information means to you in terms of improvement and weakness, rather than reassurance and how things can be improved. Okay, well, I could have done worse in terms of time, but I didn't do as badly as I might have done. So I'm going to stop there, and there's a few minutes at least left for some questions if people have any comments. Right, there's some questions in the chat, but geez, I don't know if I can even answer them all.
I'm gonna go to the raised hand. It looked like Cedric had his hand raised.
Thank you. Hey, Mark, great presentation. Thank you. One question I was having in my own mind as I was listening to your presentation was the degree to which the surveys themselves are maybe not the greatest idea, and the degree to which the questions themselves, if they were better, would address some of the things that you find problematic with these types of surveys.
Yeah, great question, Cedric. Nice to see you. So I think it's a mixture. So some survey banks are not great just because the items I would call weak in the sense that they're very hard to disagree with, right? You know, I'm concerned about safety. I work safely. Managers are concerned about safety. They're weak ones. And one of the ones that turns out is actually often companies get a low score on. It's a survey item that turns up in lots of them is there's a high degree of trust between management and employees. Okay, so people tend to disagree with that more than say managers are concerned about my personal safety. And one of the key things that's different about it is that the high degree of trust it's a harder statement to agree with. Does that make sense to you, Cedric? I don't want to get too down to psychometrics evaluation here, but those questions they're not equivalent, right? So a lot of people agreeing with the first one, managers are concerned about safety, actually says very little. It's like, you know, managers are, you know, good, right? You know, or managers are, you know, it's not a very hard question to disagree with. And while the other one, high degree of trust, has a qualifier high in it, so it makes it more difficult to disagree with. So there's some internal stuff. Having said all that, I think surveys can be useful. They provide you with some insight into your employee perceptions, but I think the risk of doing comparison with others and chasing high levels of scores where the objective is to have a higher and higher level of agreement is a false plan. Rather, it should be, oh, our employees perceive that we're really good at this. Okay, well, that might be a good thing, right? If you are actually good at it, or it might be a very worrying thing because you're pretty terrible at it, right? And you know, so the question for any result is, why do they think that, right? And is there any evidence to support the reality of it, right? And I think using surveys in that sense gives you a little bit more insight into what's going on, rather than just saying we're in the top quartile, which, you know, it's what management want to hear. It's the way it's framed for you. It's the way we've probably taught you to think about it. But for me, I'm very worried that that's the way we're going, because, you know, more and more organizations seem to have been doing perception surveys for a long period of time, and yet then have these major failures. And that's my fear. Now, bad, you know, so if you've got, you know, 60% of your employees disagreeing with the statement, my managers are concerned about my safety, then you've got very large problems. But I don't know that a survey was needed to tell you that, right? Because you sure as hell would know it by then, right? There would be a very, very conflictual situation. So does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
And then Rich, you had your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. This is Rich White from the CPUC. I was trying to square a couple of things that you mentioned in your presentation, Mark. One was you went through the movie Kung Fu Panda, which I'm not familiar with, and I think I should watch it. But you mentioned, you know, there's no good news and there's no bad news. But, oh, by the way, that is bad news.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned about baselining surveys for different companies and that they're not comparable. And I'm wondering about how you square that. I mean, if a certain company has bad news, is that comparable? Is that something that should be shared or learned by other companies? I mean, is there something to be learned from the practices of one company to the next company, and how do you share that bad news, that potentially this is something that can be improved? and you can
Yeah.
learn something from that.
Yeah, so I suppose a couple of things. The bad news piece is it's evident in terms of what people are reporting to you in terms of their perceptions, right? So you don't need to compare to anybody else. You need to know, oh well, everybody else has a poor score in this as well, so it's not a big deal. You just look at your raw scores and say, well, they're poor, right? So that's probably something to think about. And it's not so much that I'm against sharing what you've learned. I'm just against the sort of competitive, putting people into buckets. We're in the top quartile, you're in the bottom quartile. And actually, the extent to which that is actually meaningful differences between those groups, often, at least in the organizations I've worked with, the mean differences between someone who's in the top quartile and the bottom quartile are very, very small, like one score point. So to say one company's in the bottom quartile and I'm in the top is not a meaningful or useful comparison at the best of times. So for me, I think it's getting sucked into this competitive comparativeness is unhelpful. Learning from others can be helpful, but again, rather than just trying to morph their practice, it's better to ask them, why do they do that practice? What benefit has that practice given them? And what would that look like in your organization, right? So you can definitely learn from others, and that's great. But I think the sort of blind adoption of company X has a great practice, so we'll have that same practice, often ends in tears. That sort of answer your question, Richard?
Yes, it does. I suppose, I mean, it's part of the struggle that I'm coming to learn about safety culture is that there's no clear definitions that create an easy pathway. There's a lot of hard work, but and it's just I'm struggling with how do we learn from each other, and how do we create a basis that's independent and objective that gives us some understanding that improvement can be made, and that there are systems and practices that do make a difference.
So yeah, I think you can share practices that work by having good outcome indicators that you're moving in the right direction, that are process indicators, not sort of injury incident data. So you say, here's a package that, or here's a practice that we put in place that increases the quality of our near miss reports. Okay, I think SG&E gave an example of that. Well, that seems like a good practice that another organization could go and look at and say, oh, that's what they did, we could do that. And then they could go and see, is that helping in their organization? In many ways, I think if we think about safety culture development as similar to a child rearing children, right, and being a parent, okay? So, you can definitely learn from other parents about how to be a better parent, but it's not so easy just to say, I'm going to do what the guys next door is doing, and that's going to make me a good parent, right? Because it's just not that simple. There isn't an easy recipe. There's lots of guidebooks and maps out there. Some are better than others, right? But broadly speaking, it's a much more complex sort of process with many different interactions that makes the guidance that company needs to be much more specific to where they're at in their own entity. One of the things that we don't talk enough about is when companies do their assessments, what's our really good cultural strength in general? What makes us a great company, right? All of these companies that existed on this call are great companies, right? By definition, you're big, you've got lots of employees, you deliver important services, you didn't get there by accident. What are the strengths that we have that will enable us to grow our culture and become better in that space? And what weaknesses does that strength give us, right? So we can be blind to some things, we're used to success. It's just much more complex than I think sometimes we recognize, and in our desire to simplify, we give people poor guidance.
Thank you.
Sorry. Not an easy answer.
No, thank you for that question and that response. That was helpful. I wanted to just pause since we only have like a minute or so left in this session to see if Commissioner Houck had any questions.
I do not have any questions at this time, but I think this has been a really good discussion, and I'm really looking forward to how we're going to advance some of these efforts into what we're looking at going forward on developing what we're going to expect from the utilities for how the proceeding's going to proceed on these issues.
Thanks, Commissioner Houck. And I did
I was
want
going to interrupt real briefly. Just want to let you know there is a question in the chat.
Oh.
So this is from Dominic Cooper. Hi, Dom. Yeah. So I mean, I agree there are the limitations. I don't think that the Shine model would suggest that basic assumptions should be treated the way as perceptions. I mean, I think it's a subconscious thought process that are hard to articulate. And we have lots of subconscious mechanisms that we operate, and they influence our perceptions. But I wouldn't say that they would be treated as the same. And the thing that's complicated about a lot of the stuff in the cultural domain is that because it's so sort of abstract, it's hard to link it to outcomes directly. It's so remote. And I think you're dead right. It's probably the biggest weakness in what we talk about just now. And it's something that on another project I'm working a lot on to try and make those connections between those sorts of basic assumptions and outcomes. I don't know if that particularly answers your question, Tom. Nice to see you. I didn't see you the last time. Lost a bit of weight. Great. And I'm going to have to drop off for another meeting, but I may try to join back after that if that's okay.
Great. Thank you again, Dr. Fleming. And
Great.
with that, we have a 10-minute break scheduled right now, so we can join back at 11:10 a.m. for our next presentation. So thanks, everyone. We'll give people just another minute to come back. All right, it looks like most people are starting to come back, so we can go ahead and get started with our next presentation, which is our last presentation before lunch, which me and my coworker Carolina Contreras will be presenting. So this presentation is really just going to try to provide an overview of what safety culture frameworks are, why they are used, and what they sometimes include. So to kick us off with this presentation, I'm going to present some quick lessons learned from other regulators. So SCD staff has been working to research some other safety culture frameworks in the industry and also meet with other regulators. In our meetings with these regulators, in our research, we've come out with some sort of high-level lessons learned that we wanted to share just to kickstart this conversation on frameworks. And so these are a summary of those lessons that we've learned. The first is that we need to start with a shared understanding of safety culture. The second is that each organization is the owner of its safety culture. And the third is that safety culture definitions have an impact. So to dig into the first lesson that we've been learning, it's that to avoid misunderstanding, it's really foundational to start with a shared understanding of safety culture, which is largely why we're doing these meetings, so that we can all get on the same page. Safety culture can be a really complex, confusing, and theoretical topic. But what we've seen is that other regulators have been able to demystify and clarify the topic by articulating these really like high-level policy statements and regulatory documents that specify their safety culture frameworks. So they sort of just clarify and condense the information that they're conveying so that everyone is on the same page. Oftentimes, these documents reflect really robust engagement. From everyone that we've talked to, this is always like the first step that they take, but it's something that continues throughout the process. And some of the regulators that we've talked to have been working on this for like decades, and they've updated their safety policy frameworks and policy documents, and continued that engagement through their updates. So we put some examples of the simple frameworks that we've found on our slides. So you can click through those links if you'd like, to just see how other regulators have consolidated this information. The second lesson that we have is that each organization is the owner of its safety culture. So safety culture of nuclear power plants, as most of you probably know, has been a focus for this industry since Chernobyl in 1986. And since that time, the International Atomic Energy Agency has published various guidance documents on safety culture, but really one of their key, like, primary safety principles is that safety rests, the responsibility for safety rests with the licensee. So the regulator's role in that oversight is to work with licensees to proactively identify latent conditions that could lead to the degradation of safety performance. And then the last lesson learned that we have is that definitions do have an impact. And this is just one example that we found of how definitions can have an impact on how regulated industries approach safety. So in Norway, the Petroleum Safety Authority basically passed regulations in 2002 that said that companies need to promote a health, safety, and environment culture. And there's this bold word that we have, is just the word everyone. So the phrase everyone who takes part in petroleum activities has to take on responsibility. And that simple phrase basically resulted in the industry directing most efforts for safety towards the attitudes and behaviors of front-end workers. So the intent of the regulator in passing this regulation was for the industry to take a more systemic and holistic view of safety, but the focus of the regulated entities was really to just focus on individual behaviors. So this kind of goes back to the first point, which is that this concept of safety culture can be often misinterpreted and people can be on different pages. So eventually the Petroleum Safety Authority ended up removing that word from their definition in order to sort of stress that they were thinking more about like the process safety and about systemic safety. And next, I'm going to hand it over to Carolina, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and she's going to dig into more of a background on safety culture assessment and frameworks.
Thanks, Emma. I'm going to share my screen now. Oops, I think we're going to have to, my apologies, everybody. Oops. Okay, here we go. Thanks for that, Emma. My apologies on the slide preview. My name is Carolina Contreras, and I am an engineer with the Safety Policy Division. And yes, I am an engineer presenting on safety culture, and this is kind of following up with Dr. Fleming's view and how we see measurement as engineers and how culture is perhaps a little bit different from that. So, you know, bear with me as I go through this. Today, I'm just going to give you a little bit of background on the safety culture assessments and frameworks. So first, it would be useful to understand the extent to which safety culture is an underlying factor in major events. So to do so, we can look at a 2012 study that analyzed 15 major events in the petrochemical industry. Of those 15, 12 or 80% were found to have underlying cultural causes. On the slide, we have the study's analysis of an event that I think we're all familiar with, and that's the Deepwater Horizon. So while the public investigation directly references safety culture as a factor, this study went a bit further to identify which specific aspects of culture contributed to the event. The excerpt on the slide shows the mapping to the specific cultural factors listed in the last column there, which include a tolerance of inadequate systems, complacency, normalization of deviance, and work pressure. So the safety events that were in this study all had something in common, in that they were all similarly complex, had multiple causes and contributing factors, and involved many people operating at many different levels within the companies. This is also the case for most of the major safety events in high hazard industries, like the IOUs that we regulate. So the California gas and electric IOUs have also experienced similar catastrophic events. We're all familiar with San Bruno, with Aliso Canyon, and Paradise. This is just to name some of the major events. But these also demonstrate the complex ways that the IOU infrastructure can actually fail. So, in fact, the San Bruno investigation directly referenced safety culture in its investigation. What I want us to take away from this is mainly that safety culture assessments, you know, perhaps when done comprehensively, can expose precursors to significant safety events. So this table summarizes the safety culture assessment efforts of the IOUs, and we can compare them across utilities. Some efforts are required and some are IOU driven. And the required efforts, only the energy safety assessment efforts, only the energy safety assessment efforts actually go beyond the survey and are on a continued basis. As you can see, the commission order are for 2 utilities, and those are not necessarily on an ongoing.
Carolina, I think we lost your audio, unless if that's just me.
Elena, we can't hear you.
Oh, I don't think she can hear us either. Carolina, are you able to hear us? Where is your?
Okay, everybody, my apologies. I have completely lost my audio. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you now, no problem.
Thank you.
I think we stopped hearing you around the 4 large electric and gas IOUs.
Oh my goodness, that's a while ago. Okay. I'll make it very quick in that case. Emma, would you mind sharing the slide just in case?
Sure.
It's probably best. So for those of you who have the table up already, essentially this table summarizes the safety culture assessment efforts of the IOUs, and we can compare them across all the utilities. It's noteworthy that there's 2 categorizations. We have the energy, the required assessments, which are the top 2 rows, and then the utility initiated assessments, which are the bottom 3 rows. What's important to note here is that the top required assessment, that's only on a that's the only one that isn't on a continuous basis for the required assessment. And so only the energy safety assessments are ongoing basis, but those are focused on wildfire safety. So not all our gas utilities would be assessed through that. Then if we look at the utility initiated efforts, we see a trend where most of the utilities, with the exception, I think, of SCE, are relying on safety culture perception surveys. So, you know, as we have learned earlier from Dr. Fleming's presentations, perception surveys can have their limitations. Ultimately, I think our question here is, are these efforts evaluating the same thing? And are they doing so comprehensively and with the same rigor? So we can go to the next slide, Emma, thanks. Okay, so to consistently and systematically identify cultural precursors to safety events across the IOUs, we need to make sure that we are assessing, one, the same thing and doing so with the same rigor and scope and breadth. Learnings from other industries and regulators, like Emma presented earlier, provide that safety culture frameworks serve to simplify and communicate a complex concept like safety culture into distinct dimensions, because safety culture is multidimensional. So this in turn supports the understanding and assessment of safety culture when it comes time to assessing. So here in the slide, we have a simplified roadmap to achieve the assessing process that can be separated in 2 main steps. One is, as Emma alluded to earlier as well, is building a shared understanding of the term safety culture amongst the IOUs, stakeholders, and the CPUC. Basically, what is it and what does it look like? And two, identifying assessment practices that yield a comprehensive view of safety culture. And I think the key word here is comprehensive, just kind of building off a little bit of what we learned from Dr. Fleming earlier. This technical working group is going to be focusing on aspect number 1, although I would say these are not sequential steps. These are probably steps we have to take simultaneously throughout as we could all continue building an understanding of safety culture. So today we'll discuss definitions and high-level look at frameworks. Emma, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So building a shared understanding of safety culture, it's important because we need to make sure we're all talking about the same thing and assessing the same thing. So this may look a little bit confusing for you right now, but since in a simplified way, safety culture refers to like the collection of attitudes towards this term safety, which is the key word being safety, we need to consider what we mean by safety and what the scope of safety looks like. This in turn requires us to think about our intent or what we want to accomplish with it. So a couple of questions to get at the root of our intent that I would want to throw to the parties is one, whose safety are we protecting? Is it people, property, and the environment? And also, are we protecting them from what? High consequence, low probability events like San Bruno, or is it low consequence, high probability events like slips, trips, and falls? Or is it both? So this is important because the different domains of safety, which are shown on the right of the slide, are also key here because they manage different types of safety outcomes. For example, occupational safety often deals with low consequence, high probability events affecting workers or personal safety more generally. On the other hand, process and operational safety is a big picture discipline, and it deals with protecting both workers and the public. The hazards and their severity are often much greater than those in occupational safety. And this has also been alluded to a little bit earlier and in our discussions with some of the IOUs and with Dr. Mark Fleming. So because people are usually more familiar with occupational safety type of issues, and it's also just easier to measure, there's more events so you can see them more frequently, it has inadvertently made the focus of safety culture just narrower in practice for some organizations. So while that may be fine for a regular business, say, paper printing or the like, it would be problematic for a high hazard industry like the IOUs. So this has led other regulators and the industry organizations beyond the IOUs in general to put efforts in place to counter the overfocus on occupational safety. So for example, the chemical industry coined the term process safety culture as a subset of culture, of safety culture. And we're not recommending that we do that, but it highlights the issue. Other energy regulators have been explicit in including process and operational safety into their cultural frameworks. And the issue has been recognized for our own regulated gas utilities through the API 1173 safety management standards, which are promoted to bring operational safety and culture more attention to the industry. So when I say operational safety, I think it's process safety. It's just more applicable probably to the electric and gas IOUs type of operations. Also, process safety incidents are the high consequence, low probability type of events. Again, these type of events that have multiple causes and many different levels of an organization. And these don't come every year. Those may never happen and then suddenly happen once. So tracking and their outcome or effectiveness of measures to improve culture or the like through something like public SIF statistics would not be useful, even though efforts may be towards improving public and worker safety. So this is just to highlight how important it is to be clear on the intent based on the outcomes that we want to achieve with assessments. We can go to the next slide, Emma. Thanks. Now, also the boundary and scope of culture with relation to who and what is a member or part of the organization is important to consider. So on the left side, we have the IOU's safety culture. On the right side, we have outside influences because IOU's safety culture does not exist in a vacuum. So for example, should contractors be considered part of the organization's safety culture? What about unions? Are there any other members of this organization that are particular to an organization's culture? We can go to the next slide. Okay, thank you. Past CPUC proceedings have used as a starting point a definition of organizational culture, which is highlighted in the slide here, and try to describe what a good safety culture looks like. And by good, I mean just a strong safety culture. The definition is highlighted, like I said. However, this definition is, it's not specific to safety culture, but rather it refers to organizational culture in general. So it's missing the safety component, but we can use it as a starting point to start building potentially a definition because safety culture is a subset of organizational culture. To that end, parties have offered modifications to the definition and description of safety culture that has been contained in past proceedings. Public advocates suggested that the term acknowledge utilities' responsibility towards the public and the environment. Two IOUs and public advocates suggest continuous learning should be emphasized. I would think maybe perhaps that's more about the description of safety culture, of how it could be described in a framework. And three IOUs commented on meeting and exceeding compliance. As with my previous comment, this is probably more about describing culture or characteristics of safety culture. But as we'll see later, they do fit in within existing frameworks that describe safety culture. So next slide, please. The challenge as well is that there is no universally agreed upon definition of safety culture, which is why industries and regulators have adapted definitions basically to suit their needs. Here are a few of the definitions that have been adopted in the energy sector. This is not a comprehensive list, it's just for reference and everybody's information. The first one is the API definition, which is promoted for gas pipeline operators through their safety management system standard 1173, which all of our gas utilities who have adopted API 1173 would be aware of. It makes sure to mention contractors. And I understand this is based on the understanding the pipeline industry does have an overwhelming use of contractors. Then we have the Canadian Energy Regulator. They specify the safety of people and environment in their definition. Their policy statement, on the other hand, also clarifies the scope of safety as encompassing the safety of workers and members of the public, operational process safety, facility or asset integrity, security, and environmental protection. The IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, addresses both safety and security in the definition. In the US, the NRC, which is the nuclear regulator for US companies, refers to protecting people and the environment. One interesting approach that these agencies have in their safety culture policy statements, and also referred to by Emma earlier, as we learned from many other regulators, is that they promote safety commensurate to the level of risk and complexity of the functions performed by the organization. So my apologies, Emma, you did not mention that earlier, but it's essentially acknowledging that that all functions do not represent the same level of safety risk. And then we have BSEE, which is the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. This organization regulates offshore oil and gas, and their definition includes safety and environment. And it emphasizes inclusion of all members of the organization as part of the culture. The latter was made to make sure efforts don't get focused on the front lines and sort of to mitigate a little bit the issue that Emma spoke earlier with the Norwegian regulator. So in there, as Emma also mentioned, a lot of these efforts are supported by policy statements, safety culture policy statements, and all of these statements provide a little bit more context and explanation, description to provide a more understanding about what the cultural terms actually mean. So, for example, BSEE, which is the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, in their policy statement describes one of their characteristics of a good safety culture as personal responsibility for process and personal safety. So that's how they're addressing the scope of safety to some extent, as well as environmental stewardship. Important to note about the safety culture approaches is that by the regulators listed here, not API, is that the organization is the owner of its culture and it's responsible for its culture, not anybody else. So while important, the supporting clarifications and context provided in the policy statements of the regulators are also critical in building this shared understanding of culture, and later on when it comes to assessments, ensuring that we're all on the same page. We can go to the next slide. So in this slide, it's more about describing safety culture. So we talked about the definition a little bit, and then is that next step of describing. So what does it look like and what is it? It's sometimes easier to describe what it is not, as listed in the table to the left. And I won't go through it now, but do take a look on your own time. The takeaway is that oftentimes organizations reduce safety culture to the items listed in that table, which is not useful or effective, essentially, at improving culture. So for example, safety culture is not the sum of employee questionnaire responses. And I think we heard that just echoing what we learned earlier from Dr. Fleming. So safety culture should also not be conflated with safety management systems. As we learned again, it does determine the effectiveness of safety management. So in other words, safety culture can be seen as how an organization lives its safety management system. We can go to the next slide. So safety culture frameworks are used in other industries and by regulators to now go beyond that definition and describe safety culture and foster that common understanding of what safety culture is, and more specifically, what it looks like. Adopting a safety culture framework provides transparency by making clear what is being evaluated, consistency year over year to evaluate improvement, and communication because it facilitates discussion about culture and mitigates misunderstandings between utilities and regulators in our case, and amongst utilities. Just like there is no one agreed upon definition, there is also not one agreed upon framework, but there is consensus that safety culture is multidimensional, which is why you see these frameworks often consist of traits and characteristics that describe a positive and sometimes a negative safety culture. And these are categorized in themes. Go to the next slide. So here's an example of what a framework looks like for the International Atomic Energy Agency, which harmonized its framework with the industry in 2020. So it has 10 domains, and it's really just an example to give you a sense of how others describe it in a high level. We can go to the next slide. So here you can see a handful of frameworks used in the energy sector. This table was adapted from the work performed by the Canadian Energy Regulator. The table uses the IAEA framework as a reference to compare the traits from other frameworks, which is why starting on the second column, you'll see traits that are repeated. That's because it shows the overlap of traits that they may have with the IAEA framework. So for example, the BSEE dimension of environment for raising concerns and inquiring attitude shown in the third column from the right is equivalent to the IAEA's dimension of work environment questioning attitude raising concerns. So more similarities than there really are differences, even though you see more dimensions or less dimensions in some frameworks. We can go to the next slide. That's it for me. So if there are any questions for Emma and myself, I will would love to hear from you.
If you have questions, you can raise your hand or you can type questions in the chat. And go ahead.
Thank you. This question is, after looking at the outline that Carolina presented, this question is mostly back toward the organizations or the utilities that presented earlier. And I've seen both ways to do this, but in your assessments, when your safety culture assessment is in process or it's not really ever completed, but as it's going forward, was your intent to keep the results of that assessment, find detail of those results at least, confidential within your company for your use? Or was it to share widely or share not so widely? What was the distribution, if you will, of the finished assessment?
This is Elizabeth Peters. I can start by answering on behalf of SDG&E. Our employees take the survey anonymously, but the assessment results are shared very broadly. They're used to develop action plans across the whole company. And so we're able to share the overarching results company-wide, and we do that very publicly. And then we break it down by organizational unit and share that with each operational director or leader for them to develop their plans of improvement based on that. And there's continued follow-up throughout the year on steps that have been taken to address those improvement plans. So I would just say generally that, yeah, we share our results very broadly. There's an anonymity to the employees within each subset. And if there's not, I think it's less than 30 employees per group, then they roll up to a bigger group to preserve that anonymity. But we do very much share and are now making a lot of steps to continually update the company on progress on action items resulting from those surveys.
Well, but you share it outside the company?
Not that I'm aware of, no. We put it in our, like it's in our RAMP filing, for instance. We share the results in our proceeding documents, but other than that, I'm not aware of any external sharing.
Anyone else?
This is Melvin Brown with Southern California Edison. So we also share our safety culture assessment results primarily internally as well as with our board. We've also provided those results to the commission, both energy safety and the SPD. And we also provide a high-level overview of our progress along our safety culture maturity in our annual sustainability report that is made public.
Good, thank you. Does PG&E or SoCal have any thought on that?
Yeah, this is Harish Shukla from SoCal Gas. One thing we did with our very first safety culture survey was to share that process and the tool with our contractors at our annual Contractor Safety Congress. And we had National Safety Council come in and present the results. And we went through kind of sort of a mini exercise as part of that, dialogue session and get them familiar with the kinds of questions that are included in that survey. And it was really our way to share the results with our prime construction contractors and encourage them to think about beginning to, conduct similar surveys and assessments within their own organizations. But it was at a high level, the SoCal Gas results, as opposed to, as Elizabeth was describing, which is broken down by organizations and work location levels.
Good. PG&E, do you have any thoughts on this?
Depending on how this unfolds and depending on how the information is shared, thinking like in an INPO-like manner, we're open to thinking about what's the best approach for all companies moving forward.
Well, thank you, everyone.
If anyone else has questions about the presentation or about anything that was just discussed, you can feel free to raise your hand or type into the chat. And then, so we have like a few minutes before lunch. Maybe if there's no questions from the commissioner or from audience members, we can start some of our facilitation discussion questions that are based on the presentation that we just had.
Yeah, I would say
So
go
I'll
ahead and start. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think I can share my screen for transparency. So we had planned on asking some of these questions later in the day, but maybe we can just use the next 14 minutes or so to go through some of them that are most related to the presentation that we just heard from. So I think maybe we could start with the second question, actually, which is based on what we all just talked about and heard about in terms of safety culture definitions. How should the commission revise its working definition of safety culture, if at all? So what and who do you think should be included in the concept of safety using this OIR? Employees, contractors, the public, process or operational safety, assets, environmental protection, etc. And then should the boundaries of safety include all people and processes that can impact the safety culture of an organization? And if not, who should be excluded? So this question is really relevant to Carolina's presentation and some of the slides that she presented on that showed the various boundaries of safety culture and also the examples that we saw from other regulators. So if people have thoughts on a response to this question and what you see as the appropriate boundaries for safety culture for your organization, feel free to raise your hand. Cedric, thank you.
Yeah, I'll break the silence. One of the things that we've been pretty purposeful about is to try and incorporate a more holistic view of safety across our enterprise. So one of the things that as I was reading Carolina's slide, some of those aspects of safety are kind of more fundamental to all areas of safety, like psychological safety, for example. So it's interesting how you decide to kind of how different folks can decide to slice and dice those, but we tend to bucket things at SoCalGas in the framework of employee safety, contractor safety, system safety, and public safety. And there's some overlap there, right? If it was a Venn diagram, there would definitely be some overlap between those things, because system safety, which we define as infrastructure safety, has a lot of overlap with public safety, for example. But those four buckets seem to be good ways to kind of be inclusive of pretty much everything, and being able to link it back to a systemic approach to safety. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Thanks, Cedric. Just to make sure that I understand you, what were the four buckets that you said again?
Public safety, employee safety, contractor safety, and system safety, or the safety of our infrastructure.
Thank you.
which would include things like process safety, that, that would fall under infrastructure safety. Environmental safety might fall under, public safety. So there's other layers you can go deeper than that, but those four seem to be useful buckets.
Thank you. Did anyone else have oh, Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question on that comment of the overlapping types of safety. I'm just curious, how do you think about managing those overlaps? So operational safety, the system safety, and the asset safety, the employee safety, they're kind of overlapped in some ways that you mentioned. How do you think about that overlap? How do you do the trade-offs between those things when you're thinking about I'm trying to come up with an example. I don't have a good example off the top of my head, but I think of there potentially being trade-offs. And do you think about those trade-offs and manage those in any way?
That's an interesting question, Richard. I haven't seen or haven't come across the dilemma of trade-offs between those four areas. They seem to be mutually reinforcing, but in terms of how you manage the overlap or the kind of network of those things, it's really kind of the function, at least the way I see it, of our SMS across the enterprise. Generally is part of the function of the SMS is to create the interconnectedness between those areas. And for example, we have really robust integrity management programs in place for our assets by asset class. But the role of the SMS is to link all those things across those different lenses of safety. I'm not sure if that's answers your question or not, but that's kind of how I think about it.
Yeah, let me ask it this way. Let me pose the question this way. Suppose you had a choice between having two systems. One system, which was the infrastructure was 100% perfectly new, 100% the best in class infrastructure that could possibly be built, but it was managed by a number of people who had zero experience. They just got out of college and had no experience, as opposed to another system, which would be managed by people who are extremely well-trained, 30 years of experience. They'd seen everything under the sun, but the infrastructure was not well maintained. It was old and archaic and 75 years old. How would you think about managing that situation?
Yeah, I've been around the utility industry for 30 years, and that's an interesting hypothetical that I'm not sure I've come across yet. But I think at some point, the risk-based decision making around how we manage and build, install, prioritize our assets. I mean, that's clearly outside of my realm of accountability. But really, it's being able to ask the questions of the folks that are accountable for making those decisions. Have we looked at the decisions that we are intending to make as we prioritize those capital investments? Have we put them through the lens of public safety, employee safety, contractor safety, as well as the system safety implications, so that every decision is going to be a unique one, right? There's no one right answer that fits every scenario, but so I don't have a really strong answer, Richard, for that specific hypothetical, but that would require some conversations with the folks that are responsible for making those asset decisions at the infrastructure level.
Thank you. That was it was a hypothetical question, so not really seeking really a well-defined answer.
Emma, I was going to suggest if there aren't specific comments whether we could ask our attendees if anybody would be opposed or have any suggestions of starting off with the definition of organizational culture to build upon a definition of safety culture, and if anybody has thoughts on doing that. And perhaps, Emma, is there a way we can show that definition from the slides? So I guess I would like to understand how attendees feel of using this as a starting point, or if there's preference to using a starting point that is different to build on the safety culture definition.
This is Melvin Brown with SCE. As we stated in our comments as well, we do think it's a good starting point. There are maybe some pieces that we would adjust, but fundamentally, as we said before, safety culture being a subset of a broader organizational culture, it makes sense to start here.
Thank you. And SCE is, just to follow up, are you able to share what your definition is right here with us during this technical working group? Is that something you have handy so that we can hear what that is?
Sure, and our definition very much aligns with Shine's in terms of a broader organizational definition of culture. So it's shared attitudes, beliefs, and values about safety. It's the way we do things around here when it comes to safety. And this is something that we have embedded through our cognitive behavioral training that I mentioned earlier, which was 2 days of training for employees, 5 days of training for leaders. It's also codified in how we operationalized safety from a vision perspective and values perspective as well. So it's not just a definition on paper.
Okay, that's useful. I appreciate that. Thank you. With only 3 minutes, Emma, I was wondering if we can pose one question and maybe have parties sit on it for our next session. And as we start thinking about who should be within the member organization, I was hoping we could just think about, and parties can comment, is what should be the intent of these assessments? What is our objective? And, if considering, high consequence, low probability events, or low consequence, high probability events, or, what are we trying to prevent? And I think it would be useful to hear from everybody on that topic.
Carolina, can you repeat the question?
Fundamentally, it's what should be the intent of our assessments?
So this is Melvin Brown with SCE again. Ultimately, and I think I mentioned this in my presentation as well, we view culture again as a really strategic lever to get to our ultimate objective, and that is to ensure the protection of our workers. That includes our employees and contractors, as well as the public. From an internal perspective, the way that we've operationalized this is first and foremost to eliminate all serious injuries and fatalities in our organization. From a broader perspective, especially when thinking about it from a public safety view, this also includes ensuring that we do not have no responsibility for a wildfire, right? Again, driving that public safety perspective. But ultimately, there's also value in and of itself from a safety culture perspective, right? It is the how and what, the way that we think about it. So it should be the same as integrated into our operations, right? So to the earlier comment around how we were making business decisions, business investments. Where we're trying to get to from a maturity perspective is where there is no differentiation between operational decisions and safety decisions. They are one and the same. Because from an organizational perspective, all those pieces are integrated in the day-to-day operations of the company. So, there's that terminal objective, I would say, of ensuring the protection of the folks that I mentioned earlier. But there's also a goal of complete integration as well in how the business is run.
Melvin, that's really interesting. Thank you. To clarify, are you referring to an approach where it talks about an integrative management system model, essentially, kind of how I understand the nuclear industry goes towards, where everything's integrated, not isolated?
And not isolated, that's correct. And I do think a portion of this is explained by the safety management system. It's also articulated in the safety culture maturity model that we use. So we aren't there yet. We're absolutely striving towards getting there. But we recognize that, again, it does take time. It does require, fairly large, complex processes, taking time to shift and adjust. But that is the goal.
Thank you. I appreciate that insight.
Thank you.
So I see some messages in the chat, but I did want to note that it is noon when we said we would break for lunch from 12 to 1. I think that we can, since we are technically a bit ahead of schedule going to the discussion session early, I think we can bring these points up when we begin the discussion session this afternoon and go back to this question about definitions and start with both Dom Cooper's and Ariel Strauss's comments, if that sounds okay with everyone. And then maybe break for lunch until noon.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, and we'll see you in an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi all. We'll give people just another minute or so to rejoin us after lunch. Thank you for coming back. Okay, we can go ahead and get started. So this first presentation after lunch is on the CPUC's proposed draft framework. And I'm going to hand it over to Rich White to do this presentation. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and Rich, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you, Emma. I'm going to try and share my screen and give so I can start the presentation. One moment, please. Thank you, everybody, for returning after our long-needed lunch. And safety events have been an important part of California public utilities in the last 10 years. There have been several events which we all know about: San Bruno, Aliso Canyon, the wildfires in 2017. And they've been part of our existence for the past 10 years. During that time, the commission has done a number of things. We created the SMAP and RAMP proceedings. We've developed the wildfire mitigation plans. And in 2017, the legislature mandated that third-party safety culture assessments be taken at least every 5 years. And one of the things that the legislature did at this time was to essentially mandate that these assessments take place. However, they did not make any requirements about what should be done with those assessments. The nature and the timing of those assessments was really left to be determined. And so one of the things that we'd like to discuss today is what we can do with those assessments and how we should structure those assessments in a way that would help mitigate some of those events that have happened over the last 10 years. Because that's really, I believe, the driving force behind doing these safety culture assessments. So as we've heard in the previous presentations, safety culture assessments and safety culture can be an effective driving force to making positive and consistent change to help improve safety over time. It seems that a number of the actions that have been taken by some of the utilities and some of the information that we've gathered from other regulators are that safety culture is an effective tool, and that there are positive aspects that can be taken over time. And so we'd like to develop some sort of process and framework. As we've discussed and Carolina discussed, there are frameworks that have been evaluated, and a number of different organizations have put together a number of different, identified a number of different areas of safety culture. And so we'd like to develop those a bit more. And so we've, the CPUC has contracted with Motive Power in California and BSMS. Dr. Cooper is the driving force behind BSMS, and he's developed a model which he refers to as a reciprocal model. And it's something that Dr. Fleming has also referred to some of these aspects of the different aspects of safety culture in terms of the psychological aspects, the situations and the safety aspects associated with what a utility or organization has in place, and the actual actions and behaviors that actually take place. And so it's not one of these things that really defines a particular safety culture, but it's all three of these. And these three aspects of safety culture are things that exist in all organizations. And so one of the things of an assessment is really to understand is what, where, what is the, where are these particular elements in any organization? Are they, and, you know, do they align with each other? And so the three aspects of this reciprocal model really gives us a way to understand the alignment between not only what people believe, but what people do and what an organization actually promotes. So this particular structure provides not simply one way to think about a safety culture, but really has a way to validate things that happen on multiple levels. So as was discussed before, several different organizations have identified particular frameworks that are important in understanding safety culture. And BSMS has identified 10 of these that are important for actually being actionable in terms of developing and improving safety culture over time. So they've developed this structure that's based on the experience of several other organizations, but also that has been aligned with the practices of California utilities. So these 10 structures that BSMS refers to as functional domains are essentially strategy, which is the actions that a utility can take in order to improve and identify problems and actually take actions to create change. The risk assessment for each of these issues, and I'll let you read through each of these areas, but the three areas that are kind of important for making changes to safety culture are the strategy, risk assessment, and corrective and preventative actions. So these really give tools for the utility or any organization to improve its safety culture, to identify problems in its safety culture, and to decide on how they're going to move forward to make sure that they have positive changes. So a couple of issues that BSMS has developed is really going beyond simply, I think in Dr. Fleming's talk, he talked about the good versus bad sort of issues. How do we decide whether or not safety culture is good or bad? And I think this is a really important point. It's a bit of a very, very important point in thinking about safety culture. Is can we decide and determine whether a certain safety culture is good or bad? And I think it's clear that some cultures we can all agree are not positive. And in developing this maturity model, I believe that we've gone a little bit beyond just thinking about good and bad, but creating a more nuanced gradation between things that are mature in the very early ages and things that are more mature. So we can think about the commencing stage of a particular area, the coasting stage, complying, committing, and commanding. So each of these stages really applies to each one of these 10 domains here. So you can think of the strategy stage as being in the commencing, commanding, coasting, committing, or commanding stage. and each one of the safety communications can have a particular maturity level. So you can think of almost a 5x10 matrix of these 10 different domains, each having a maturity level, going from commencing to commanding, creating almost a 50 different levels for a particular organization. And again, these are notional aspects, but we can agree, I think, that there are some levels are more important, some levels are more positive than other levels. So BSMS has developed this scale, and as we get into further discussions about the into more depth of the maturity model, those scales can be even more finely evaluated. So one of the things that we've talked about is in each of these 10 domains is that the particular indicators. We've had some discussion whether they're called indicators or metrics, but in each one of these 10 domains, there are indicators that will help us understand how well they're doing within each of these domains. And there are many indicators within each of the domains. I believe there are approximately 240 indicators at this point. And Dr. Cooper can talk a little bit more about those particular indicators. But each of those can give us, will help us understand where any particular organization is, and will help the organization understand where it is in terms of whether it's in the commencing, coasting, complying, committing, or commanding stage. And again, each of those elements is really done for each of the individual 10 functional domains, which Dr. Cooper has shown in his work have some relationship to actual safety performance. So that is a very high level overview of the BSMS model and a bit of our proposal for how we could structure a framework. Essentially, a framework is developed using this basic notional idea that there are 3 different areas and of safety culture which can be evaluated. Each of those areas has some element in each of these 10 areas which are to be evaluated. And those 10 areas can each be evaluated on some sort of scale of commencing, coasting, complying, committing, and commanding. So I've left a lot of extra time for discussion here. I'm certainly not the expert on this model. I'm happy to open it up for questions for Dr. Cooper and Dr. Fleming to just kind of discuss some of the issues associated with this model. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich. We'll hold off for a second and see if anyone raises their hand with questions. I'm not sure who raised their hand first, but I see Melvin. Maybe I'll call on you first.
Sure. Is it possible to share how this framework was developed and validated?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is it possible to share how this framework was developed and validated?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the last part. How the framework was what?
Was
Developed
developed
and
evaluated.
validated.
So Dom, I saw you raising your hand. Dr. Cooper, you can go ahead.
Ah, validated. You're on mute, Dom.
That was today's error. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and thank you for the introduction, Richard, with your model. It's great. How was the model developed? We looked at around 30 different maturity models and compared them, looked at them the same. I've been using the British HSE's maturity model that was developed in their laboratory in 2007, and I've been using it around the globe. And it's a great tool. So I had some experience of using these things. So we looked at 30 that were available from various countries, various different industries. We looked at them, we compared them. In the background to that, we've got common factors coming from academe, from public inquiries. So the US ones would be Deepwater Horizon, Texas City, 3 Mile Island in 1979. And the attributes that you saw, the 7 that were in the white spaces, those of all to greater or lesser degrees have been involved in most of the process, in fact, not all of the safety process safety disasters going back to the 1970s. They also appear in the regulators' research from the EU and the British HSE and other universities in terms of loss of process control. So again, process safety incidents. So there's 3 routes as to why those topics are there. I've done research, I live in America, I'm in Indiana, and I've done research across North America, which includes Canada and the US, looking at safety culture. And we did this work with the cultural web and looking at the routines and rituals and symbols, mix of a qualitative stroke quantitative approach. And we use these 7 what I call the 7 broken safety culture features, and they all link to a basket of indicators from SIFs, actual SIFs to potential SIFs, lost time injury rates, and so on and so forth. And the work was published in Safety Science in 2019. And so we know that these functional domains that have appeared in all these process safety incidents over the years, from the different routes that we've got the information from, also link directly to organizations' safety incidents today. We know that for fact. And since that work, I've also been doing this globally, so in the Middle East and places like that, and Canada again. And again, we're finding the same relationships, we're getting the same relationships. So in terms of the topics, they are valid. We also know risk assessment and corrective and preventative actions are the fundamental basis for industrial occupational safety management systems. That's what it's all based on. The whole of the regulations in Britain and Europe are based on risk assessment and goal setting regimes. So we know that. We also know that as an organization, and I've heard it said this morning, about strategy. What's your strategy? How are you going to get from where you are now to where you want to get to? So you need to have this strategy. So the way that we've tried to do it is that we would ask an IOU to risk assess each of those 7 broken safety cultures. So what's your exposure to profit before safety? What's your exposure to a just culture or culture of fear, blame culture, however you want to describe it? What's your exposure to managerial compliance or non-compliance? Again, however you want to frame it. And then once you've done through that process, and it should be done by the senior echelons of the IOU, the board or the executive level. And once they've done those things and they know what they have to do, then they come up with the corrective actions and preventative actions. That then goes into the strategy, which is then fed down through the organization. So That was the intent about the way that it was a case of this is what we want to measure and this is why and this is the process. So what we tried to do was develop the maturity models. When we looked at the other 30 maturity models, we realized they're all measuring safety culture, but they're all different. Why? We're all talking about the same construct, the same concept. So we tore most of it apart and we got rid of most of them. If it wasn't in the research literature and that there was evidence to show that they should be there, we got rid of them, we dropped them. And then we ended up with, I think in the T1, we have what we call a tier 1 maturity model, which is these 10 topics with 159, I think, items in there, very concrete items that are rated. And then for each one of those topics, they each have a separate maturity model, which not only provides a measure of how you can measure your safety culture or aspects of that particular topic, but also provides you with a guide as the kind of things that you should be looking at and should be doing. And then below that, in what we would call tier 3, we have indicators. Those indicators for every single topic that you see in here, these 10 topics, there are lagging indicators, there are current indicators, and there are leading indicators. Those indicators came from, partly was a book I put together in 2013 after the Deepwater Horizon and some of the other process safety disasters, and I was helped involved looking at the some of the aspects of the Deepwater Horizon. So we developed all these indicators then, and at the same time, the National Safety Council had also come up with a suite of indicators. And at one stage, we were talking about merging them together, but for one reason or another, mostly due to time, we never got around to doing it. So this was an opportunity to merge the National Safety Council's suite of indicators with this suite of indicators from the safety culture book and merge them together to give some background and some guidance and some tracking, a means of tracking performance to the IOU industry, which is what we've done. So it's not a simple model. It's not just some simple little tool that you just fill in and off you go. It's actually very, very structured. So 90% of or 100% of the items are in there because when we looked at each of the items. So for example, leadership, you could look at many different things and aspects of leadership. It's a topic and discipline, all of it its own right. But when you look at the catastrophes and the process safety disasters, they're concerned about leadership taking responsibility, being held accountable, how much knowledge do they have of the safety in their sphere of domain, and what freedom do they have to act. So that gives us 4 key features related directly to safety catastrophes that we put in the model to focus on and gave examples of each of those at each of the 5 levels. When we talk about the levels, and I look at it as levels of effort. I asked a question before lunch, which we haven't addressed yet when we're talking about the definitions. So back in 2000, when I wrote the paper towards a model of safety culture, which you saw Richard presented at the beginning there, the HSE had said that safety culture is the product of values, belief, commitment, behaviors, systems, and so on. So nobody at that time in the year 2000 had defined the product. So I had a stab at it and said it was that observable degree of effort by which all organisational members direct their attentions and actions towards improving safety on a daily basis. That gets you past all of the values, the beliefs, the perceptions, and that kind of thing. And Polish researchers in 2016 made the point. If safety culture is entirely psychological and everything is psychological, then there can be no organizational culture and there can be no safety culture, because these things live inside people's heads. There's nothing else. So logically, you cannot have an organizational shared culture when all of the variables are psychological that live inside each individual's head. So you get past that when you're focusing on what people do. And that relates to how we develop the model. We've gone through the model and it says, is this clear? Is this specific? Which it is. We asked the IOUs, the 4 major IOUs, or their outcome statistics to have a look at their safety performance going back for the last 10 years or so. So on the basis of everything we got there, we asked the IOUs again if we could interview people about a series of questions to try and calibrate the maturity model. We're in the middle or at the tail end of doing that now. We have one IOU that we're still talking to and interviewing. But from what the data we have so far, the topics in the maturity model and the framework that you see have all been expressed or talked about by the interviewees. In total, we're doing 58 or 60 interviews, thereabouts. So far, we've got 10 more to do. And so far, everyone's talked about these things. When we go back to the SEMPRA safety culture assessment that Mark and his colleagues did and presented in the back end of 21, the 10 recommendations that they come up from fit exactly the topics of the models that we've been trying to focus on. In terms of the second part of the question, which is the validation piece, our remit does not allow us to actually go out yet and validate it. So we're getting some partial calibration through the interview process, which is showing us that everything that we have in the measure is on point. It's exactly within the remit of the 4 IOUs or 3, and we'll see how well they accord with the 4th. So that's as far as we can go. We can't validate. I would love to be able to validate this against actual safety performance on the ground and so on and so forth. But I think that's part of the journey of this whole entire process. It's something that will come over time. So I hope I've answered your question for you.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Oh, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, sorry. I'd also like to add something, a sort of question and comment, is about the fuzzy nature of some of the assessments. I mean, Dr. Fleming talked a little bit about the uncertainty of at the potential errors associated with measurement. My view from a kind of a relatively novice in this area is that there's a lot of work to be done about understanding what that fuzzy nature is. And I think there's a fair amount of work to kind of have a continuous process of development and analysis about the effectiveness of the models and the validity of the models and what the errors are associated with the model going forward. Now, having said that, I think that even though a model may have errors, and every model has some error, I think the most important thing is understanding what is the error, as opposed to saying that there are errors. So that's my particular view is let's try and understand where the errors and the issues are and then improve on them over time.
Okay, I'm going to move to Dr. Fleming, since you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so I'll maybe just respond to Richard. I mean, so when I talk about error, it's measurement error. So it's not like you can find where the errors are. It's just that the instrument itself has a certain amount of error in it, and those errors can be quite large. And it's really got to do with psychometric properties of scales and perception scales. So it's maybe different from, I think, what you were describing, Richard. I'm not sure if I maybe misunderstood what you were saying, but I think that I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, just one thing, just to follow up. Just so you know, my background has been in physics, and when we did quoted errors, there are actually several different types of errors. There are theoretical errors, there are model errors, and there are statistical errors. And each of those can be very, very important. And so I believe that, kind of the measurement error is an issue, and then model error is an issue, and are issues that I think we need to understand.
Yeah, Yeah, and I think at the moment our the way that the how far the science has progressed in this means that there's just a mixed bag of error, unfortunately. And yeah, so I'll maybe, yeah, I'm not sure I can answer completely, but you're right, we probably should be more specific, but in general, we're not. And that's one of the challenges in this space. And also maybe what we're trying to achieve is slightly different. The one, I suppose, in terms of looking at how other regulators have approached this issue, it seems from what you're presenting is that you have selected one particular approach that one particular group have developed. And it seems that what you're saying is that the utilities in California need to use that approach. And that's, I mean, I suppose, quite different from what other regulators have done, right? So they have typically set out what the expectations are around assessment, what types of tools should be used, and then allow the organizations to choose their own approach in terms of the particular consultant or methodology that they're going to use, as long as it meets some broad level criteria. And you know, the criteria that are used or you know, that are suggested by American Petroleum Institute or the International Atomic Energy Regulators, you know, have been developed over a long period of time and have proven to be very useful and are a good strategy for organizations to adopt in this framework, rather than picking one particular one. So I think that's just unusual. It's probably just a comment more than anything else, rather than a question, that you seem to be adopting a relatively prescriptive approach, which yeah, I suppose I'm surprised by. That's probably about as much as I can say about it. Not necessarily about the particular approach, but you know, that you are choosing a very specific approach and sort of saying that all the companies should use this one approach, you know, which I suppose has its strengths and weaknesses, but it just seems unusual to me and different from how every other regulator has approached safety culture to date. You know, I think Dr. Cooper didn't necessarily answer the question about to what extent is the maturity model that he's proposing valid. I mean, many people have looked at the maturity models that exist. There's a review paper, I think, from 2016, which looked at all the maturity models that are out there, and you know, created a synthesis. When I look at I coined the term safety culture maturity model. I have spent the last 20 years working on safety culture maturity models, and I am familiar with all the maturity models that are out there. And I wouldn't come up with the same maturity model that Dr. Cooper did, right? So while I'm sure a thorough review went into it, these are all conceptual models. And many of you may have heard the story. I've definitely told it to lots of people. When I developed the first model that was published in the HSE in '99, you know, I developed that with a guy called Bob Miles in a pub in Aberdeen over the course of a relatively long drinking session. And, you know, it was on the back of a beer mat, and only afterwards, the next day, did we say, oh, it seems like quite a good idea. We should do some more work. Now, we did more work on it, but these models are made up, and they aren't empirical models, but conceptual models. And I think we need to be clear about that distinction, that they're helpful if they're helpful, but that's about as far as they go. The extent to which you can say, or I'm aware of any evidence that organizations systematically go through those levels, I haven't seen any in the published literature or anywhere else. And you know, there's definitely an argument that organizations can go through different phases. So you know, while they're helpful, and I have developed an assessment tool that aligned with those models in the past, and it's valid and predictive and does all the sort of stuff it does, that doesn't necessarily mean that organizations go through it in that sequence, or that the model in and of itself that underpins it is valid, right? So I think the model that you propose is as good or as bad as the rest of them. but I would just put them in that category. I don't. It doesn't stand out to me from what I've read and seen as being particularly better or worse than any other of the cultural maturity models that have been developed. Okay, there's some that are truly terrible, but you know, within the ballpark of accepted models, it seems fine. But I wouldn't say that there's any evidence that's been presented so far to say that it's particularly more valid than the rest of those models.
So I do want to make one comment about the nature of the prescriptive nature of this particular model. And this is, I think, is a very big point of discussion that we can have going forward. And particularly, I'd like to hear from Dr. Cooper as well, is I don't necessarily believe that this is inherently a prescriptive model. I think there are lots of pieces of it that do have a number of assumptions in the model itself. But I also think at the same time is that the functional domains are based on a common understanding of factors that seem to be critical elements in safety culture. You know, the several different organizations that have all identified things like learning and leadership and communication, they're common to all. And so the real issue that I think of going forward is not necessarily of these particular domains, but how do we develop some assessment for each of those domains? And that can be very prescriptive, but it also allows for a great deal of learning and understanding of how to assess each of those domains and what is the most effective assessment process to understand each of those domains. And then secondarily, and I think even more importantly, is how do each of these domains interact with each other? And I think this is a big piece that really has a tremendous potential, is understanding the interaction between the domains. And that I don't think has yet been well understood. However, I think the particular model that Dr. Cooper has developed is a great starting point. It allows us to at least assess, is this a good process? And are we able to extract real understanding about what is improvement and what we can clearly tell as an improvement, and what we cannot really identify as an improvement or not. And so that's my view, is it creates the basis for understanding and improving our understanding of what makes a good safety culture.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's what's going to be your model, but okay. I think you're wrong, just to be fair.
So I appreciate this discussion, but I just wanted to make sure that we are, so Ken has had his hand raised for a while, and then Shayla also had a question in the chat. So maybe Ken, I think you had your hand raised first, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to ask your question, and then we can go to Shayla.
Thanks. I think Dr. Cooper had a comment though at the end before I get to my question.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to this thing, the notion that you don't go through levels. I found a 2020 paper and a 2019 papers published in the literature that show exactly that, which was quite striking and quite interesting. One's in transportation research and one's in mining. So they were quite interesting. I will also say that the model and the maturity model that we presented, we haven't given you the entire piece, because when we do those things in focus groups, because safety is a social activity, it's not an individual thing that you answer as a visa survey. And just to say that a review I did meant we stopped doing safety surveys in 2016. There was a lot of money in it, but it was pointless doing it because they weren't related to safety performance. I don't know if this tool is going to end up as it is now, or if it's going to be tweaked across time, and I suspect it is. I know it's based on theory, sound theory. I know it's based on the latest academic research, and as a team, we've spent over a year developing this. We know that there is research out there that shows these maturity models are good. We also have heard the CPUC internal and the discussions that we've had vis-a-vis the triangulation. And when I wrote my paper in 2000, I was a very strong advocate of triangulation. So we've built that in. We've said we can do document analysis, we can do interviews, we can do these methods that have been used by 2EC. What we've said, though, is when we do the maturity assessment in a focus group with 50 people divvied up into teams of 5 to answer the questions as a group, we've said, can you also please provide us with the evidence that we should be looking at to validate your rating on these levels? So it's not just, oh, here's a tool, just go and rate that and off we go, these are your numbers. It's saying, hey, this is what we want you to look at. If you've got the evidence for this rating on there, there's a golden rule with this rating, is that whatever the lowest rating is that comes out of the team, that's the one that sticks by default, because there's a tendency, because when I spoke with the HSE labs last year about the development of their maturity models, they said that they keep getting data back that's a bit optimistic. It's too optimistic. And Mark's made the same point this morning about optimism. And 2EC's safety climate survey from last year, if you look at the scores, goes from 3.9 to 4.6, 4.8. It's a restriction of range. Everyone's been really positive with it. So there's an example of how you can get that. So we've built in this thing and said, whatever the lowest score is, that's the one that's the default. So we're trying to build in a realism and a realistic nature of this thing, but it's also wrapped with these other methods that's going to investigate, so site observations, interviews, document analysis, that's going to investigate the evidence put forward by the respondents at the focus group exercises when they answer the questions related to this tool. So I'm sorry to take up all that time, but it's a little bit more complicated than can be conveyed here. I think it is really what it is. But as a tool, we think it's a very good tool. I'm very confident. And like Mark, I was in this game before Mark was. I've been in this for 30 years looking at safety culture. So I think I know what I'm talking about. I think we've done a really good job as a team. I think we've given something that the IOUs can use as guidance, as well as an assessment tool. They can use the pieces of it as guidance and look at and do their risk assessments, even during the intervals of the actual formal assessments. So it's been built to try and really move the safety culture of the industry forward with real knowledge. And then they can determine where they are, determine where they're trying to get to, and determine where they are on that journey and the progress. So we've tried to put a whole suite of tools into this measure. So don't take it as it's just one matrix, because it's much, much more than that.
I did have a quick question, not quick, but a question for both Dr. Fleming and Dr. Cooper. Before lunch, we asked the utilities to what level, if any, level of confidentiality did they have on the results of their assessments. And I want to pose that question to both of you, particularly because your fields of study are on the psychological aspects as much as anything. Do you see value in that? And the reason I'm asking this too is when we polled and met with other regulators, we're finding almost all of them had some level, or allowed the utility, the organizations they oversee, some level of confidentiality of the results, from complete confidentiality to maybe just a high level report, general issue would come back to the regulator themselves. But mostly it would be confidential within the company, and the company would use that to promote and grow their own safety culture. So I'm just asking both of you the value of that, or in what your experience might show that that is something to pursue or not.
Mark, do you want to answer that first?
Sure.
Okay, so I mean, the question is what you're trying to achieve. Okay, so when you make it available and transparent, so it's a public document like the 2EC Safety Culture Report, it makes it a very high stakes assessment, and people it can lead to the temptation of it being people trying to look good and not necessarily learning from it, because there is a big intensity about that process when it's in the public. Organizations don't necessarily want to look bad. So I think that's one of the aspects of why organizations make it confidential. So it can make the assessment much more sort of tense and much more about getting a good result than it is about learning and improvement. So there can be a limitation in that perspective. Obviously, that needs to be balanced against the public interest and the extent to which, if this is an important thing, why are we keeping things secret and hiding things? So I think there's always a balance to be had in that space. I think what's probably important for me in terms of when an organization is doing a safety culture assessment is, how is this helping me improve? So rather than worrying about, am I getting a good or a bad score, how is it helping me improve? And being able to be self-critical and critical about our performance is probably one of the most important aspects of that process. So in general, I would probably, well, in general, I'd leave it up to the regulator to make their own choice, but what would I recommend? I think there is a role for maintaining some level of confidentiality as part of that process for the organization. You know, but not necessarily keeping it completely hidden. So you could well have a summary which provides a description of what was done and what the recommendations for improvement were, rather than something that provides a very transparent process that is difficult for the organization to be able to deal with. So I think there is some balance to be had in that sort of space, and yeah, that's about all I can say.
Thank you.
I would agree with the balance. I don't have a problem with that. I think this is really interesting topic and a question as to the degree. I know when I work with clients, I have some clients who absolutely want 200% confidentiality of everything and anything. They won't share their incident rates or anything. They just don't want to know. There's others who are more than happy. If I think back, I can say the ones who are more than happy generally tend to be the ones who have lower incident rates than others. So there's an element of politics. I think one of the things that we proposed was that all the data from this, the CPUC gets data on safety management system audits already. It's already getting data on safety surveys through the DECRA process, the annual process. So you've got data coming in there. And what do you do with that just now? How is that used? How does that transparent is that data? From my understanding, it's actually very difficult to find out what's going on in with these reports. It's very difficult to access them. I think that data could be helped be used by the CPUC itself. So you have the data coming in from the different streams, and I suspect it would be a really good idea for the CPUC to do the analysis of the data at the end and do the interpretation of that, and then work with the IOUs in a collaborative nature to say, hey, the data is saying you've got problems here and here, you're good with this, but we've got some opportunities here. How can we work together to make this go forward? And I suspect if you do it that way, you create the partnership that's required in this journey between the CPUC and the IOUs in a collaborative, a genuinely collaborative and developmental way that everybody wins, the public in particular, in terms of reducing wildfires, et al., and all the other adverse events. That would be what I would suggest. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to the chat question now, which is, and I think probably this would be to Dr. Cooper, but can you just explain more about what just culture is, and how would you compare this to the concept of a speak up culture?
I think they're one and the same. Just culture is about how you get used. Just culture was originally, the term came from James Reason. Amy Edmondson in '99 came up with the notion of psychological safety, this notion of speaking up. when we first did this, and when in the book that we published in 2013 on Strategic Safety Culture Roadmap, we named this as a culture of fear, which is what I believe is actually the truest way of putting it. But in hindsight, with just culture and the difficulties and what we're measuring in terms of items is the justice of actions after someone's been deemed to be in a violation, which was Patrick Hudson and his guys, versus a blame culture. So are you scared of speaking up if you make a mistake? Will you confess to your colleagues, oh, I made a mistake, guys, sorry. I know I've just, we just lost us the football match, but don't worry, I'm sorry, and everyone says, no, that's fine. Well, I actually think it's more than that. I think it's a culture of fear. And I have seen genuine cultures of fear on every continent. I've worked in 64 countries with safety culture, and I've seen it everywhere. And it genuinely is a culture of fear where stuff is suppressed, people are threatened with losing their jobs and all sorts of things. So in hindsight, when I look at this, if I was going to relabel this to make it palatable, I think I would actually, and listening to what I heard this morning, would probably change that title to psychological safety as opposed to just and blame cultures. And certainly from the interviews, when we emphasize blame culture or just culture in the interviews, we get different results from the IOU interviewees. So perhaps if we did rename it to psychological safety, so it's politically acceptable to everybody, then perhaps that's the way forward for that. But speaking up, I mean, everyone's an advocate of speaking up about safety. You have to. And we go back to Piper Alpha when Mark and I were starting out our career way back in the day. Piper Alpha was in all our heads, and all of these other disasters. They were all there. And a lot of it came from the culture of fear. People did speak up and they got sacked and they got rid of or fired. And they got rid of and lost promotions, and promoted sideways, and all of these kind of things. And if you go to the Deepwater Horizon, that culture of fear was a huge part of what happened. Absolutely massive. And I know that from fact, because as I said, I was part of the team that was investigating. So I really do know. So it's an issue. So psychological safety would be the palatable version. Real one would be the culture of fear.
Dr. Cooper. Carolina?
I just had a quick question, Dr. Cooper. In terms of, earlier you mentioned looking at public inquiries of events to also kind of determine the domains that you've developed. So I was just curious to what extent those public inquiries included events within the electric and gas utilities.
It's a good question. A lot of them were oil and gas. There was shipping, transport, mining. Off the top of my head, I couldn't say there was this utility, whatever. This is going back quite a while now. So I can't tell you exactly whether it was utility or not, but what I know is it's safety culture. It's safety culture linked. And certainly when we tried it here in the US, and this is like very recently, really, it was mining, transportation, agriculture. They all pitched up in those. When we look at, I'm thinking of the smelters where they have their own power generating stations, and they melt, if you like, the aluminum, as they say here. Again, the same kind of things come out through there. So I think it's a very robust set of domains. I don't think there's any problem with the domains. And as I said, through the interview process where we're calibrating this, every single interviewee has mentioned these domains, and the 2EC work also landed on exactly these 10 domains in their recommendations to the SEMPRA. So it's highly interesting. The more and more data we're looking at, the more these 10 domains are being validated as the core, if you like, of safety culture, and particularly within the utility.
Thank you. So if there are no more questions, I don't see any hands raised. I think we can move on to our final section for today, which is our facilitated discussion. So we have these questions that we sent in the agenda. You can note that the order of them is slightly different than what was in the agenda, but these are the questions that we're hoping to get feedback on. We understand that it's sometimes difficult to provide feedback on really detailed questions like this on the spot, and just wanted to note that there will be time to also provide feedback after the meeting, and we'll send instructions for doing that. But maybe we can just get started with the first question, which is, what do you see as the purpose of the assessments, and what do you expect to get out of them? So it's essentially like, why are we doing this, and what are we doing it for? Carolina talked a little bit about this in her presentation. Is it high probability, lower consequence events like slips, trips, and falls, or is it the lower probability, high consequence events like some of the incidents that we've larger safety incidents that we've discussed today? So if you have feedback, feel free to raise your hand. I think that's probably the easiest way for us to start, and I can also call on parties if that would be better. So I'll just pause here for a second and see if anyone has feedback and wants to raise their hand. Thanks, Harish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess in the spirit of brainstorming, just thinking out loud about some of the things that I'm thinking about. But to look at it in a simpler way, I look at these assessments as being a tool to really identify a few good improvement opportunities. And what I expect to get out of them is, on a continuing basis, the ability to find one or two good things that would really make a difference in advancing, our safety performance, our safety culture. In any other way, when we look at it, it becomes more complicated. But continuous improvement seems like, the fundamental premise of all the management systems. And even in life, I think you never want to quit learning and getting better and better, right? And this is an easier way when I think about, communicating with our field employees to connect with them as well, right? And so that's kind of how I look at it, is that, it's really should be serving us as a tool to help us continue to improve on an ongoing basis.
Thanks, Harish, and thanks for getting us started with the discussion. I'll pause here and see if other people want to raise their hand and share a response to this first question. Elizabeth.
Thank you. I was just going to echo exactly what Harish said, that we are using them to foster a learning environment. Carolina also posed the question about high probability, low consequence versus low probability, high frequency events. And we want to use them for both, frankly. Obviously we're more focused on the high consequence events, but we're also wanting to leverage the data to make sure that we do, for our company, we've had a lot of focus on strains and sprains, and that's where our data is showing that, we're having a lot of the incidents. And so I just wanted to add on to what Harish said, that not only are they used to identify opportunities for improvement, but they do connect to our employees, like Harish mentioned, but then demonstrating the follow-up and knowing that, it does gauge the perception of the company and make sure that, understanding the complexities and the problems associated with benchmarking and the surveys, but it does give you that general sense of where you are and making sure that, you know, you have that top down and bottom up connection and that perception of where we are from a safety culture. But I do think they play a very important role by making sure that the employees feel heard and then demonstrating those follow-up action items, those improvements we're taking as a company as a response to the employee speaking up. So I do think that's a really good tool to help move the safety culture forward by demonstrating those improvements as a result from their perceptions and their feedback in those surveys.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's helpful. I was going to ask if any other parties had feedback. So maybe if PG&E or SCE or Public Advocates or TURN or CUE or SCUA.
This is Malvin again from SCE. I think I had addressed this before break, but just to reiterate, we do see our safety culture assessments as a tool in our toolkit that is integral to our mission, not only to eliminate serious injuries and fatalities, but also to ensure the safety of our workers, which includes our contractors and employees and the public. As it relates to the differentiation that Carolina was referencing earlier, I echo my predecessor in terms of it's really all of the above. So culture influences, you know, ultimately all our safety outcomes, and so we would be using it as such. So I'm not sure if you would be differentiating between high consequence and low consequence. As you heard from my opening, we are very much focused on SIF elimination. So the extent to which, you know, we're talking about catastrophic injuries here relating from flashes, fall from height, etc. That we want to focus on, but it does not preclude us from addressing our sprints and strains, which also have an impact on quality of life for employees.
Thank you, Melvin. And I think, oh, Carolina, go ahead.
I am sorry if before we move on, I did want to ask, and I don't think we know enough about other regulators' objectives. I think we've talked with other regulators a little bit, but I just wanted to ask Dr. Fleming, if he's still on the line. I realize he may not be. If he could share a little bit about the objectives of other regulators with in terms of conducting safety culture assessments. And if he is on the line, great. Otherwise, we can check with him at another time.
Yeah, so again, safety culture, other regulators do it for a range of reasons. Most of the regulators who are interested in preventing high potential events, not SIFs to individual employees, but things like San Bruno, Aliso Canyon. So it's major hazard risk that they are interested in. And, you know, when we look at safety culture in that context, it looks slightly different. So we're looking more at cultural threats like complacency, tolerance of inadequate systems, and normalization of deviance as being the factors that contribute to those disasters. And, you know, most of the models don't really talk about that. You know, we talk about culture of fear, maybe we talk about just culture, but when we talk about major hazard risk, which most regulators are interested in, it is those sorts of things that they are concerned about. In North America, the regulators that have done more in this space are the Canadian Energy Regulator, the nuclear regulator in the US, and those regulators again have produced sort of guidance and expectations around a safety culture assessment and safety culture improvement. And they are useful models to look at because they've been in place for some time. in general, and the workshop previously, Dr. Claudine Bladley from the Canadian Energy Regulator spoke, and they've been working in this space for nearly 10 years now. And they really promote a collaborative approach to safety culture improvement, where there is some open sharing and dialogue, rather than a prescriptive approach, which is really about sort of telling people what to do. So trying to engage people in the process and having expectations is in general what seems to be most effective. You can set criteria around that in terms of the frequency of doing assessments and the quality of the assessment in terms of what an assessment should look like. Those are all helpful strategies. Yeah, so that's generally what they're doing. They're trying to help identify things that would not be identified in other ways, right? So you have safety audit, you have safety inspection. Safety culture is really about giving you a different framework to look at aspects of your safety management system that would be missed, that would be hidden, looking at what maybe James Reason would have called latent conditions, but also seeing that from a cultural perspective. And there is some documents out there which summarize what different regulators do. So I hope that sort of.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. I may have a follow-up question, but I want to make sure that everybody else gets a chance to also talk.
So I'm not seeing any hands raised. So Carolina, you can go ahead and ask your follow-up question, and then maybe we can move on to the next question, unless if there's additional hands that are raised for this first question.
Okay, so this question is for Dr. Fleming again, so I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but if you have experience with other regulators, and it would help understanding why these other regulators perhaps have this focus on are focusing mainly on the major hazards like high consequence, low probability events, and why is this phenomenon? I guess.
Well, because that's usually what the public want them to regulate, right? And most safety critical companies do a very good job of protecting their employees, right? They have sophisticated systems. They invest a lot of energy into that. Now, I would say that over the last number of years, they've probably focused so much on minor injuries, which they've done a good job of reducing, but high potential fatalities have sort of not changed. It's a slightly different issue, but the challenge for all safety critical companies is that it's very difficult to know that you're doing a good job of managing those high potential low frequency events like explosions, fires, blowouts, because by their nature they are infrequent. We have many systems and layers in place to protect them, so it can be hard sometimes to see the erosion of those layers. So this is sort of like James Reason's Swiss cheese model. So you have failures and different barriers, but you don't see them. And one of the reasons why I think organizations and why safety culture is a helpful framework for regulators is that it's a helpful way to have that discussion about how well we're doing at managing those high consequence, low potential events and maintaining that sense of unease that's often used and avoiding complacency. So one of the things that seems to precipitate or come before a major failure is this belief that nothing bad can happen, right? That we are very good at safety. And the problem about being focused a lot on occupational safety is that you end up, everybody in the organization starts to believe we're very good at safety, which increases the likelihood of something bad happening rather than decreasing it. So culture allows regulators to have a conversation about that and to focus attention on what are the drivers for managing those high consequence, low probability events that you can ignore for most of the time until something bad happens. I think in the economics literature, there's or business investing literature, they talk a lot about the risk of picking up quarters in front of a steamroller, right? So there's often a tendency among investors to try and make a small amount of money all the time by picking up all the quarters that are happening in front of the steamroller. And it works pretty well for a while, and you're collecting lots of quarters, and it seems like it's a pretty successful business until you get run over by the steamroller, right? Because it's a good idea as long as you ignore the steamroller, and if you don't, what the investing industry suggests is that you don't do that, right? You don't try to pick up quarters in front of a steamroller. You make sure you're choosing your businesses wisely and choosing your return wisely, and that you're not inadvertently increasing risk. So culture, safety culture in particular, is a very helpful way for the regulator to focus attention away from occupational safety onto those high consequence, low probability events. And that, I think, is probably the important reason why they do it. And it's a helpful framework for them to move the industry away from compliance to a more proactive approach to managing those major hazard risks. As I mentioned, I struggle to give short and concise answers.
Can I give you a quick follow-up on that question? This is Rich White from the PUC. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. But I like the analogy of the quarters in front of the steamroller, but it immediately raised the question of sort of how an organization manages its risk. So you can think of quarters in front of the steamroller, and then you can think of dollars or $5 bills or $100 bills in front of the steamroller. And so there's an incentive to pick up the $5 or $10 or $100. But you could also go the other way of quarters, nickels, dimes, and pennies. And so over time, as you mentioned, kind of the erosion of kind of certain things, utility or any organization would see, there's more opportunity. We got the quarters, maybe we should go for the dimes. We got the dimes, maybe we should go for the nickels. So it's this nexus and this this interaction between kind of risk assessment and value with safety. And can you talk a little about that? How do you make that? And again, sort of back to the trade-offs. So can you talk a little bit about that?
So I think the big risk or the big challenge for many organizations and utilities in particular is that the steamroller is invisible, right? And what I would suggest is that trying to make it more visible is probably the better strategy, and that's a little bit where culture comes in. So if we think about pipelines, and you're doing a certain rate of inspection on your pipelines, well, okay, so is that enough? Are you doing enough inspection? And if we did more inspection, would that be better, right? But at some point in time, you need to you can't inspect it 100% all of the time because you can't afford to do that. So there is a risk trade-off in that sort of in those decisions. How you make those decisions, how visible it is, and what good indicators you have to know that you're doing the right level of inspection, I think becomes an important aspect. And that discussion about how much are we aware of the risk and aware of how much risk we're taking becomes a really sort of key issue. And many organizations have indicators and metrics that they use, and that's very helpful, but there's always going to be an incentive for people within the organization to push those boundaries, right? So if we think about any organization or utility, often the profitability is in terms of efficiency and becoming more efficient at doing things. And it's often hard to know, are we becoming more efficient in terms of seeming more productive because we've stopped doing things that have are unlikely for something bad to happen, and we can stop doing it for a long time and nothing bad happens? Or have we become really actually more efficient by introducing new processes and maintaining the same level of risk? So unless you've got really good indicators of your risk, then you're going to run into trouble. And again, if we look into the financial markets as another framework or model, they had an indicator of assets at risk and a certain V factor that they measured. And what happened for the housing crisis was that smart people worked out ways to manipulate that number so that it looked like the risk was low, when actually it was quite high. So it's probably not hard to imagine that the same could happen within a utility where somebody sees, well, here's a really good way of saving money, and here's how it doesn't really affect risk, or here how we continue to meet our risk targets. So again, sorry, confused question, but confused answer to your question. The challenge for organizations is to make their risk decisions visible and to be as clear as they can about the level of risk that they're taking. And culture and cultural assessments can provide some insight into that in combination with other paradigms or frameworks. I hope that answers the question in a roundabout way.
Yeah, thank you. That was very good.
Thanks, Dr. Fleming. I'm going to move on to the second question, which is about the boundary and scope of safety culture definitions. We talked a little bit about this before lunch, but I wanted to be sure that that Ariel, I let you have the opportunity to say your comments that you had put in the chat earlier. So I'm going to pass it over to you. Might not. Oh. So Ariel Strauss, if you're here.
Yeah, hi, this is Ted Howard from SPUA. I work with Ariel, and I saw his comment, but since I'm just late joining this and then just sitting in for him, I don't feel appropriate for me to try to restate what he indicated in the comments. If you could refer to that comment, I think that would be the best way to go about it.
Okay, that works. We can do that. We'll be sure to save that. And since we spent quite some time on this question already, I just wanted to give one more opportunity for people to provide comment on it, and then maybe we can move on to the next question. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the, oh, I'm sorry, Diane, I didn't see your hand raised. Go ahead.
That's Harish, by the way.
Hi, thank you. If I'm tracking correctly, and what I want to say about this one, if I'm tracking with what the last conversation was and what this one, I think it's really important to align on, it's not so much the definition, if you will, but align around the high consequence, the high consequence, low frequent events, whether they're related to your asset or related to, because the complacency can get from how we're managing our assets or how our employees are working. And I'm putting this into a pretty basic statement, but I think that coordination in the assessments and the definition around our process and operations asset safety and our workforce safety needs to be there, because I think some of the same drivers that you were talking about, Mark Fleming, I feel like happens in the workforce as well. You can get complacent around how you look at your procedures, et cetera, along with how you maintain your equipment. I think I'm tracking with you, but correct me if I'm not, but I think that's a really important to me concept.
Thanks, Diane. And Harish?
Yeah, I think my view is that any good safety culture cannot exclude any stakeholder. So I think this is one of those easier ones to really come to grips with, is that a good safety culture should account for the safety of all stakeholders.
Thank you. I'm just going to scan to see if there's any hand raised one more time. And if not, I think we can move on to the third question, which is there value in having a consistent and coordinated safety culture assessment framework that's used across electric and gas utility organizations? And if so, what would you expect that this safety culture assessment framework would produce, and what would make it useful for you all? And Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's valuable to have consistency or coordinated, but I also think it needs to have some flexibility to recognize, so it can't be overly rigid or prescriptive, to recognize that the utilities may be different or may differ in their direction, their processes, their organization. And we should, there should be allow that for that flexibility. And also draw on industry best practices.
Thank you, Diane. So if SCE, SDG&E, I'll let Ted go ahead.
Sorry, this might not be quite on topic. It might be underlying each of these questions. So I just wanted to ask the experts, because I am not one, but I have seen that in the finance industry, since we're talking about risk, and if you want to attract investors to a high risk potential project or investment, you provide a higher rate of return. So on the lines of a performance sort of reward system, what has been done thus far to try to engender that sort of culture in the entire safety culture assessment? In other words, how do you better incentivize employees and other stakeholders so that they feel a greater incentive towards practicing, following, and implementing safety practices rather than being simply compliant or negligent?
Dr. Cooper, go ahead. Oh, Dr. Cooper, it looks like you're on mute.
I should say at the beginning, thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. I'm not a great fan of paying people to work safely and giving them monetary incentives for doing so, because it's a condition of employment and there's statutory duties and just being nice to your fellow man, really. So I've looked at this, the incentive literature, and again, there's a lot of debate and a lot of discussion as to whether it works or it doesn't. There's certainly, when you do bonuses for executives and so on, that can have a detrimental impact on the data that you get in terms of your incidents, because they can end up being hidden, things aren't getting reported, you could build up your culture of fear and so on. What we have found at work, and that's from the North Sea, offshore platforms in the North Sea, to construction sites, to smelters, to 25 different industries that I've worked in. Safety is social. It's a social activity. It's dependent upon everybody in an organization. So any rewards should be social rewards. So, for example, how do you get near miss reporting increased? Well, when we were in the North Sea, on one of the Exxon platforms, we introduced this thing of credit and merit. For every near miss that was reported, the work group, not the individual, the work group was awarded a credit. For every 10 credits, they were awarded a merit. For every 10 merits, in other words, 100 close calls, near misses, whatever you want to call them, the company would pay for them on a bonding session in town. So they would find some social event that they could go to, whether it was the dog races, whether it was just in the pub, whether it was the theatre, or what I dare say, even an FA Cup final was one of these things. So people do a lot for social rewards, much more than they do for monetary rewards. And the psychological evidence supports that also. So I would actually like to see incentives taken out of the safety culture equation, but that's a personal view that not many share. So it's just, for me, I've seen too many people die. I've been involved in accidents myself. I've seen my family members be destroyed. And for me, paying for extra doesn't do anything. People take the money. And when I'm a tradesman, my background is a tradesman. I used to be in the military. When I left the military, I was a construction worker. I was a scaffolder by trade. And I can remember being on a project where for every day you didn't have an accident, you were given a ticket that would go in a draw once a week, and you could win a brand new Volvo car. One of the guys was on the step ladder. He was holding up a ledger, a 21-foot tube, and holding it in place for someone to fit. The ladder wobbled. He fell down. The tube fell down on his chest and broke his ribs. And the first thing we did was we got the wire cutters, cut a hole in the back wire, threw him in the back of the car, drove him 30 miles and dumped him at the hospital entrance, and then drove back and then picked up the incentive ticket, the ticket, so we could still be in the draw for a brand new Volvo. It destroys safety. That's, I think I've probably said enough.
Yeah, so I wouldn't disagree with Dominic's. The safety incentives often become punishments because it's all about losing the incentive, not about gaining it. I would say, though, in terms of the actual question about risk and reward, I think you probably need to look at how you are incentivizing people in a general sense, and this is particularly managers, about, well, what's been recognized and rewarded. So often in organizations, we want to incentivize risk-taking in managers, and because it increases returns. And if we don't have good visibility into our what risk is being brought into the business because of that, then I think we're that's where the problem is. The thing that my particular beef with many safety professionals at the moment is that often they spend their time talking about things that aren't strategic risks, right? So I don't advocate for people to be injured at work, but I don't think a senior leadership team needs to worry about how many minor injuries have occurred in on their organization in the last week. It should be about what are the strategic risks that are posed by these hazards to the business, and that's what we should focus on. And for me, that is major hazard risk and how are those risks being managed. And we should definitely have safety systems that manage all the hazards that are present, but the data that should be presented up to the senior leadership team should be only focused on major hazard risk and potential to cause significant financial harm to the reputation or the financial stability of the company, rather than we've had an increase of one lost time accident this quarter over the last quarter. I don't think that should be it. And the advice I've given to any board that I've talked to or any senior leadership team, if your senior safety person is presenting you with lost time injury data every quarter, you should fire them. Just to be clear about my particular preference. I'm not sure anyone follows my advice, but that is I'm very passionate about that issue. Let's put it that way.
I'm not sure, and just want to say something real quick. I'm not sure if this fits into the conversation, but the utilities do operate under a different financial risk model, I think, than a lot of the other industries, in that there is a rate of return, there's a cost of service rate making process, and the rate of return, even though it's not guaranteed, it is to the extent that the utility is able to perform in the fashion that it anticipates. So So I wonder, and I'm not posing the question immediately, but it would be an interesting question to understand how the particular the particular economic model that the utilities are under sort of plays a factor into any incentives or how it can be viewed differently.
My sense from when we did the assessment is that there may be different pressures, but they're not unique in the sense that all for-profit organizations or all organizations operate to achieve certain objectives, and often there's conflicts in terms of risk management and achieving those objectives. So they may look specific. I mean, so there's often a tendency in utilities that are heavily regulated to want to capitalize everything and minimize operating costs, because that's gives them a better return. But put them in a manufacturing industry and it's slightly different. Put them in healthcare, it's a slightly different set of demands. But all organizations have to balance protection versus production, and that's the fundamental issue that they all struggle with. It just maybe looks slightly different in utilities, but I don't see it from a cultural perspective being that different.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming, and thanks, Carolina, for that question. I wanted to pause again and see if there were any other parties that wanted to respond to this third question before we move on to the fourth question. So again, this third question is about the value and sort of expected outcomes of this shared framework that we've been discussing. And Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. Building upon all that was discussed today, we realize that there's no one-size-fits-all framework and that we're all at different levels of maturity, probably at different elements within our business. So personally, I would think the value that would be provided is learning from one another, what's working, what's not. And so not really benchmarking against one another and not being used for that purpose, but more of really getting to the underlying elements of what the various IOUs and other companies are using to move their safety culture forward, what's working, what's not. So I struggled, with this question of that kind of consistent and approach, because we are all so different and all of our safety cultures are unique and at various stages of maturity. But personally, I think that the lessons learned aspect from it would be the most valuable.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. So it seems like we can probably move on to the fourth question. Just taking a look at the time, we'll probably work on this discussion until around 2:50 and then have some closing remarks and talk about next steps. So this fourth question is focused on the domains and the framework that Rich presented earlier. And the question is, do the categories or functional domains in the proposed CPUC framework adequately describe safety culture within electric and gas utility organizations? Are they complete and comprehensive? If not, what should be added or removed? And to some of our earlier discussion, if you feel like the phrasing of particular domains is unclear to you, now would also be a good time to bring up those questions or comments. And you all should have the slides because I sent them out earlier, but in case it's helpful for this question, the domains are on this slide as well. Dr. Cooper, go ahead. Oh, you're on mute again.
Sorry about that. I don't seem to learn from my mistakes. I just wanted to put these into context. Earlier on, Rich presented the reciprocal safety culture model, and we talked about norms. We talked about social norms, behavioral norms, and injunctive norms. So there's three types of norms. And if you recall, Richard spoke about how interesting it would be to look at the relationships between the three, which it would over time, without doubt. So, but just to let you know that the profit before safety and the just culture domains are looking at the social norms. They're heavily linked to social norms. The safety leadership and the managerial compliance is very much linked to behavioral norms. What do the safety leadership do, and are managers compliant? And going back to the earlier question about process safety, the research shows that 80% of all process safety disasters occur from managerial non-compliance to the internal rules and procedures. So that's a very key and important aspect. So then the safety communication, safety competence, and the lessons learned, they would fall within the injunctive norms because they're part of the systems within the organization. And to be honest, if you're poor at safety communications, you tend to be poor at general organizational communications anyway. So that, I just wanted to put that in context for everybody. So you've got the social norms is profit before safety and just culture. Safety leadership and managerial compliance is about what people do. So that's the behavioral norms. And then the injunctive norms, the situational element, is safety communication, safety competence, and the lessons learned. So, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Cooper. We'll just pause here for a second to see if we have any hands raised from the utilities or other parties. Harish, go ahead.
My quick question was, how do these compare to the positive traits of a safety culture that's defined in the nuclear industry? And we had the 2EC bring that at the forefront to learn from. But I was curious, there are also 10 traits, I believe. And so how do they relate to these domains?
That's a very good question, Harish, and it was one that was raised by the CPUC team as we went through this process. So first of all, we compared the CPUC's, this model, with API 1173, because there was a question about whether we were just repeating the safety management system stuff that was in AP 1173. And the answer to that was that our tool, our proposed tool, overlaps 40% in terms of the functional topics and 30% of the measurement items in the actual detail. In other words, safety culture and safety management systems are related, but they measure different things and they're looking at different things. So in terms of the topics, there's a 40% split between our proposed model, these functional domains, and the API 1173 topics, and 30% inside. So when we looked at this, and we looked at the norms as well, because there's research that shows that the biggest bang for your buck in safety comes from the situation behavior link. That's roughly 80% of the cake. So again, and part of that strand of the research we went through, so the social norms comprise roughly 23% of all of the criterion items. The descriptive norms or the behavioral norms are roughly 44% of all the criterion, and the injunctive norms are 33%. So when we look at the relationship between descriptive and the injunctive norms, it's approximately 80% in that field. So that reflects the findings of general safety culture research. When we look at, and we did look, so hang on, I'm just looking for the actual one for the IAEA, and again with the IAEA, we found there was a primary topics, there was 2 out of the 10 overlapped, and mostly the IAEA one's interesting because a lot of it is reflecting James Reason's safety culture model: informed culture, flexible culture, just culture, reporting culture, and so on. So we had 2 of those, and in terms of the actual items and the criterion, we had 25 of the 50 were related. So there was like a 50% overlap, if you like, between some of those. When we then looked at the literature and we went back to the IAEA tool and we looked at the reliability and the validity in the tool and the document itself, which I think was the 2017 version, they said, well, it's an ongoing research, so we don't report the reliability or the validity. So we searched within the general scientific literature, and we came across research that had been done in Spain, and we found that there was moderate reliability and moderate validity, and the recommendations were the tools that were changed and used. Should be reformatted, rechanged to make it more user-friendly. So it's been a great, and I'm a great fan of the IAEA. I love the IAEA's safety culture definition. It provides frameworks that you can actually use in a practical sense. And when I did my review of safety culture in 2016 for the symposium with all the safety culture gurus, that was what we did. We used that to be able to look at safety culture in from different lenses. So there's been some great work, and Mark's right. There's been a lot of problems over the years from where we started to where we are now. I got into looking at safety culture from the early 90s. I was doing my PhD at Manchester University at the time when all of these things were happening, Piper Alpha and whatnot. As we went through the 90s, there was a lot of other disasters that we were looking at. I did some research in 2018 that showed in Britain, there's only been 2 initiatives that have led to reductions in injuries from the national statistics. The first one of those was safety culture. Safety culture impacted on the minor injury rate, and it impacted on the SIF rate as well. Then the HSE changed the reporting requirements in RIDDOR, and that upset the equilibrium and stopped the movement. And then a little bit later on, the movement restarted when they did corporate sustainability reporting, where the companies would report to the investors what their safety performance had been. Those 2 things in particular, despite all the regulations and all the different initiatives, those 2 things alone, you can see the tangible impact on Britain's safety performance. And yes, we took into account unemployment rate and the economic cycles and so on and so forth. So the safety culture piece is really important. Everything that we've got in here, and I'm glad you asked the question, Harish, because the CPUC have been very good at asking these questions of us, as we've gone down over this last year in developing the tools. And so we're able to answer that for you very affirmatively. Thank you.
Thanks.
Melvin, I wanted to make sure, I saw your hand raised, but then I think it was lowered. So just want to make sure that you see if you had anything that you wanted to add or if you're okay.
Yes, I was actually trying to speak to the third question, which was to align with Elizabeth in terms of the need for flexibility, especially if we're talking about a framework that is not necessarily validated. Want to make sure that utilities which are governing our safety culture have the ability to, if they are using an empirical evidence-based model, continue to do so, while having the collaboration in terms of sharing results, best practices, etc. So maybe there's a bit of clarification that could be provided in terms of exactly what this framework is intended to drive, especially if utilities are already using something that is equally as valid already.
Can I pick up with that one? I'm sorry, I know Mark's waiting and others are waiting.
Go ahead, Dr. Cooper.
Okay, so the last point, what is it we're trying to achieve? We're trying to give the IOUs a consistent framework that spells out that from a starting point to an end point, although there's never an end to safety culture. And I'll say that at the beginning, it's always a journey. If you think you've got to level 5 across the board, then you need to relook at what you're doing and start over again. But yes, the research is in there. It's based on that. So we're trying to give you, at the top level, we're saying these are the things that all the process safety disasters, that the academics and the researchers in loss of process control containment have said are really important. They all coincide on these topics. It's not me saying these are the important topics. It's what all of these things are saying collectively together. So it's the regulators, the public inquiries, and academia saying these are really important. And we've tested that because I don't always believe everything I read in academia. And we've literally tested this in the ground in high risk industries. Mining is very high risk. Agriculture is very high risk. Road transportation, very high risk. So we found that these link to actual safety performance. So we're trying to say, okay, this is great, but what about best practice? So somebody mentioned best practice earlier on. I think it was Elizabeth. Well, what we've tried to do with the second layer of maturity models is to say, here's best practice in this domain. Here's best practice for doing risk assessments. Here's best practice for resourcing and balancing this safety productivity conflict. And for me, I would always argue safe production is the #1 priority, because you put the two on an equal footing. Then people begin to take notice of it for real. It's not just a slogan on the wall. It's a real thing, and it takes into account the way that managers approach it. The ultimate goal of this, Melvin, is that we want the senior echelons of the IOUs to do the work, to do the risk assessments, to do this and draw on all of their experience and everything they know about their organization to come up with the corrective actions and preventative actions, and be seen to drive the safety culture forward. If this is delegated down the line to the frontline supervisor, the guys in the field, it's going to be like an awful long time before your culture changes. If we can drive it from the top at the very beginning and give the board and the executive leadership teams and the senior VPs the information they need to be able to say, you know, we can do it. We should be there by now. Well, why aren't we there? So we look at communications. What's the media used for communications? How do you know people are receiving your safety communications? And how do you know people are understanding those communications? How do you know? And when my daughters went to school here in America, they did a course, the theory of knowledge. And the one question that ran all through all of that 2-year course was, how do you know what you know? It's a fundamental philosophical question. So how do these board members on the IOUs and the executive leadership teams, how do they know what they know about safety? How do they know those safety communications are reaching people? How do they know they're being understood? And the final arbiter is, how do they know they're being acted upon? So all of those kind of things are built into this model. So as well as trying to provide an assessment and a measurement framework, we're trying to give them best practice that they can look at and see what it's like for them. You talked about flexibility. And if you're going to introduce safety communications, I suspect every IOU is going to have a slightly different way of doing it. The flexibility is there, it's the topics there. But how you do that, that's within your domain. Below that, we've said on the T3 level, we've got a suite of indicators so that people can pick up on these weak signals that will help, as Mark talks about, predicting where's your next process safety incident coming from. So we've tried to put these indicators in there. You as the IOUs will determine whether those indicators are right for you or not in that particular domain. But by offering you the suite of them, you choose them, you determine what's useful for you and what's not. And I was asked a question we talk about the profit before safety. And someone said, give me an example. So I said, okay, in terms of safety culture, how many of your folks have to drive more than 45 minutes to a workplace and back again? How many? Because if they have to drive more than 45 minutes, they're already fatigued when they get to the workplace. And I know from working with some of the utility companies over here in Indiana and down in Texas, that those linesmen and those vegetation management folks, they have an awful job. They have to be on their game. When they're up those poles and they're doing the lines, they really have to be on their game. If they've driven an hour and a half or 2 hours to a work site, are they fresh? Are they ready? That's one example of profit before safety. Why aren't you allocating people to tasks who are closer to that area? Why aren't you necessarily breaking your, and I don't know the regions and where you all cover, but maybe the regions are too big. Maybe you're asking people the impossible. And I know there's some very rugged country in California. So you're asking people to go and work in these disparate environments. But if it takes them more than 45 minutes to get there, you're introducing fatigue. Fatigue is one of the biggest killers of personal injury. So there's a whole lot to be thinking about. We've tried to put a whole lot of those things into this tool. So that's really what we're trying to do. Here you are, trying to give you the knowledge. We're trying to give you the tool so you can see where you're at, see where you want to get to, and monitor progress on that journey. Notwithstanding that improving safety culture is the nub of the thing every single day. What are people doing trying to improve their safety culture every single day? And it never ends. It's a never-ending journey. It can never end. Thank you. Sorry, I get carried away. I'm a bit passionate like Mark.
No problem. Dr. Fleming, maybe you can be our last comment before we go to our wrap up.
Right. Sorry, I just wanted to sort of clarify. Someone had asked if this model that's been proposed is consistent with other models, and while there are definitely some overlaps, I would say there's some gaps. But my main concern is that this is one particular model developed by one particular person, and while Dr. Cooper's made claims about it being valid and the same, there isn't actually a lot of evidence to support that it's actually comprehensive. He's read the literature and made his judgment as to where these elements map onto. They're not the same as others. And also because they're different from particularly, say, a common model in North America, which would be the NRC model, there aren't many assessment tools beyond the tool that Dr. Cooper has developed. So the extent to which it's comprehensive, I think I would question. It wouldn't be my interpretation of when you look across the models, and I've done that a number of times. It wouldn't be the same set of elements that would come out. Some of them don't appear necessarily in other models, although I don't particularly disagree with them. But I think it's important to be clear that this model is a model that Dr. Cooper has developed based on his reading of the literature. It's not consistent with the academic literature, and other people would have very different perspectives. The thing that's good about the NRC model is that there is good evidence linking it to outcomes, at least in the nuclear industry, that are predictors of high potential events. And there's been some really good research done by the NRC demonstrating the validity of that model. And that's why I believe the International Atomic Energy Agency changed their model from the 5-factor model to adopt this safety culture framework that they're using. And that's why that 10-factor model is being used by the offshore oil and gas industry. It's being used by PHMSA, the pipeline industry. So it is a broadly accepted model. In general, I'm pretty agnostic about which model an entity and organization places. They're all good or bad in different ways. So the model being proposed by Dr. Cooper has many strengths and probably has some weaknesses as well. So I don't think it's useful to pick a model that's helpful, but so that's what I would say, is that there are strengths and limitations of this particular model.
Can I just rebut one point of Mark's, and that's just to say everything that's in this model has an academic reference attached to it. It's come from the academic literature. To say
doesn't mean it's related to safety culture, though, Dom.
To say
because it's in the literature doesn't mean it's actually meaningful.
To say that I have developed this on my own is wrong. There's been a team who have spent a year doing this, and we've done it in conjunction with the CPUC. It's been given to the CPUC as we go. We've had to defend it. We've had the questions. Nobody yet has ever said it's not linked to theory or academe or evidence. And yes, Mark, it is linked to safety culture. I'm sorry. Okay, we have different views. I understand that. I don't mind you saying that the CPUC shouldn't use this tool. That's fine. But to say things that you are saying without the insight and the knowledge of having even read the development of it, haven't even had the report because the CPUC hasn't had the full report, is just outright, I'm sorry, it's nonsense. Okay, your comments would be very valuable had you read the report and reviewed the report all the way through, and then I would listen and say, yeah, okay, you got some points, maybe, depending what they are. But to stand there and say that when you haven't even been privy to any of it, that's just wrong. I'm sorry, Mark, that's just wrong.
From the elements that have been presented here today is what I'm making my judgment on. And I have read the initial draft report, and I've read your paper from 2019.
How did you read the initial draft report, Mark? You're not privy as part of the CPUC team.
I think I'm going to have to cut this discussion off since we're almost at time. Harish, if you have a comment that you can make sort of quickly, and then I'm going to pass it over to the commissioner for closing remarks.
I appreciate that. This has been very educational. I think good work has been done and it should continue and being offered as an option available. But I'm latching on to a couple of key concepts here. And one that I heard was that, in the nuclear industry and in the Canadian energy regulated industry, this principle is central to how they're thinking, is that an organization or a licensee or an operator owns its safety culture. And if that's, the kind of principle we want to establish here, then it makes sense to offer, flexibility and accountability to the operator to be able to, utilize various options that are available. And I think currently it's kind of like a risk management exercise that does feed innovation. But I'm afraid if there is a very prescriptive framework established and everybody has to follow that, it may become more of a compliance exercise, and we may lose that sort of, the idea to assess our risks and be good at it and make good judgments on drawing the line as to where we, how far do we go and whatnot. So I'll just conclude with that. But thank you very much for sharing all the expertise that you offer.
Thank you, Harish. And I'm going to pass it over to Commissioner Houck for any concluding questions or remarks.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for their participation today. A lot of information, a lot of different perspectives provided. The ultimate goal is to have a stronger, better safety culture and make sure that safety is the priority. So a lot of things to think about there. And I appreciated Harish's recent, statement about not making this a regulatory exercise, but really looking at what we can do in ensuring that safety culture really means end results on the ground of having a better safety environment within how things are operated on the utility side, and that the regulatory mechanisms that we're using are reinforcing results as opposed to checklists. And I appreciate all of the comments today, and I'm really looking forward to the additional workshops and the discussions as we move forward with the proceeding.
Thank you, Commissioner Houck. And just as a closing note, we have three more upcoming technical working group meetings, one more in June and then 2 in July. As I mentioned earlier, we will solicit written feedback on some of the topics that we discussed in the working group meetings, and SPD will do this for the first and second technical working group meeting after that second technical working group meeting, since they're back to back. And then in July, we'll do the same thing for the third and fourth technical working group meeting. So you can look out to the service list for updates about that. And I think that concludes our time, right at time. So thank you for participating, and looking forward to seeing some of you next week at our next meeting.
Thank you for your input, everyone. Signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.